All right. Hey, what's going on there, Bay? Whoops. I changed. My bad. I was already on the scene I wanted to be on. All right. Anyways, hello, my friends, and welcome. Caught y'all as I was heading to bed. Jesus Christ, Bay, you're just going to bed now? You did not sleep last night, did you?
It's midnight. Oh, it's midnight for him.
Oh, okay. That's
So he's 14
still...
hours ahead of us.
Yeah, that's still pretty fucking crazy. Bay's up 24/7, man. Because Baldur's Gate 3. Bears beats Baldur's Gate 3. I have no apologies. Okay, so yeah, well, welcome to session number 39 of the Wildlands. We're gonna just go straight into it. You guys know how it goes over on my end of things. I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to chat when we're playing D&D because I want to make sure that the players are getting all of the attention that they need and deserve, and desperately crave these needy fucking these needy players of mine. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and dive into the thick of it, and I encourage you to hang out till 2. We'll be here from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern, and then we've got another session in a couple weeks, and then not again until the end of September. So we'll cover a little bit more of that in just a bit. Without further ado, though, we're going to go ahead and pop back in. And Bay, thank you for popping in and being here. And go get yourself some sleep. If you're late to stream, no big deal. Just get rest, and we'll see you when we see you. All right. All right, I'm going to test this. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the problem was in OBS, I had muted my audio input, and it was muting it for everything when I wasn't exclusively tabbed into Discord.
Oh.
Super fucking weird. I hate it. I hate technology. I'm sick and tired of unplugging it and plugging it back in again. But here we are. Okay, so...
Good thing you're not sick of turning it off and on again yet.
Once we get there, I'm just going to go dark for like a month. Like, hey, is Kevin and Candace okay?
He unplugged my computer out in his frustration.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm tearing the whole outlet out of the wall. Okay, so session number 38. Let me pull my recap up real quick. All right, so session number 38 was August part 1. So the group allowed Sybil to pick the lock on the door before them. That was the lock on the door to the shit show door. Or as I like to call it, the surprise happy fun time door. As the door opened under Bloodmane's shadow, green sheets of energy separated the group by 5-foot increments and began to slowly pull them towards the room. The room itself was littered with hobgoblins and 3 women who immediately began to transform into, you guessed it, slimy green hags. So combat began to rage on, and my note in my notes says, it didn't look good for quite some time, and I think that's a fucking understatement. But finally, the group rallied hard, by the way, with a fucking twin spelled heal on Ulrich's part, which just, I mean, it literally turned the fucking tide of the combat. Twin spelled the heal. So you guys rallied hard multiple times, and eventually you did defeat the entire hobgoblin contingent, and you felled all 3 of the crystals of the Sister Garden, and you can confirm that they are dead and they have not plane shifted. So, with that being said, you guys earned 100 experience for roleplay. You earned 400 experience for your trap avoidance. Which was the green sheets of energy you guys... Well, I say avoidance with air quotes because we know that Sybil kind of like threw herself through one of the sheets in hopes that things would go really well. They did not go really well, but she's alive, so that's all that matters.
Somebody was pinning me into the corner with those stupid sheets, and then somebody stood in my, like, flinging myself through the sheets way. So,
it's always somebody else's fault.
Yeah, never mind. That would imply that, like, I would take responsibility.
Fucking Gartok. He's the group's new punching bag. Okay,
You know,
so
I will take that right now because that means I'm getting less shunned.
so there's 100 roleplay XP, there's 400 trap avoidance, and then there was 1,120 combat XP. Give me just 1 second, get those. Okay, sorry. So that brings Ulrich. Your total is 103,481. It's 103,481. Sybil, your XP is 87,429. That's 87,429. Gartok, you have 97,154. That's 97,154. And Winnie and Bloodmane have 98,154. That's 98,154. Okay, so that's it for the XP recap. We are playing session 39 today. Just as a quick reminder, it is the Sunday, the 19th of Jury, at about 12:30 in the afternoon. Where we are picking up today is literally right where we ended off, which was at the very tail end of combat. I had given a brief description of the room. I will give that again in just a moment to kind of set the scene. The earth is still churned and like crippled and all fucked up from Winnie's spell. The beetle is still here, the giant beetle, which, if I'm not mistaken, that lasts for an hour, right?
It does,
Okay,
yeah.
so that can hang out as long as she'd like.
Bad boy.
Winnie is still shapeshifted into an ape, and yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Ulrich and Sybil are both suffering from exhaustion. One thing to note, when the and Bloodmane, when the hags died, when the last of the Sisters of the Crystal Gardens died, the strange outward appearance of both Sybil and Winnie shifted suddenly, and the weird, almost like green slimy skin and big eyeballs receded back into Sybil, and Ulrich, all at once, as soon as that last hag took her last breath, all of your memories came back, and you have the additional memories of what had happened, including you losing your memories and then coming to and going, whoa, what the fuck?
And us just fully accepting it.
So that, well, he didn't really have a fucking choice, to be honest with you. Well, I'm in the middle of this fucking jungle. Okay, strangers, lead off. Okay. With that being said, do I have any questions, comments, or clarifications? Okay, good shit. Let's go ahead and set the scene. Alright, so you guys have just finished slaughtering the Sisters of the Crystal Garden and the Hobgoblin contingent that was in here. One of them appearing to be much more in charge than the others. You guys brought them down with relative ease. To be honest, you guys actually bounced back really fucking impressively. But it was definitely a struggle for some time. However, now that you have slain them, we'll give a little bit of description about what's going on in this room. So, obviously what you see is what you get as far as the room itself is concerned. However, the interior of the room is pretty cozy for the most part, especially considering what it was used for, which is like a hag's inner den. There's a writing desk and a fainting chair that adorn the northern wall, and a tea table with 3 benches that are on the western end of the room. There's a lectern with an open book on it over here, next, or actually it's directly behind where Sybil is. And that stands in front of a wall-mounted fountain, pretty basic fountain made out of stone, that's currently filled with a thick, syrupy crimson liquid. And inside of it rests a large pink crystal, and on the inside of the crystal, you can see multiple motes of like blue swirling arcane energy bouncing around on the inside, almost as if they're trapped in there. And just to give you guys kind of a better idea, This is a little bit more of what the crystal looks like. There you are. And the swirls that you see there are actively moving around inside inside said crystal, and it is about the size of... This is going to be a weird thing to compare it to, but like a fat gnome's head. Like, just kind of like a big, chunky gnome skull. I guess I could have said, like, baseball or softball, but...
Yeah, that was...
Gnome head... I think I've set the scene. Okay. So, combat has just ended. There is this gigantic fucking, literally, like, mastiff-sized, black and gray, stone-looking beetle next to Bloodmane. Sybil, I believe, was just looking at the lectern and the crystal. But I will open it up to you guys, since we had no questions, comments, or clarifications. What do you guys do?
I'm going to move to the book on the north side of the room.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to figure out what it says.
Alright, give me just one moment.
Forget that most of us, have disadvantage on things, if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Most of us have the disadvantage from exhaustion, since this may be a heavy investigative role part.
Yeah, so anybody who has a level of exhaustion, you do have disadvantage on ability checks. Thankfully, Bloodmane, with your eyes, I believe Eyes of the Runekeeper, you can read literally all languages. So this is nothing hard for you to dive into. With that being said, the first couple of pages are blank, and as you get back to like the third or fourth page, now mind you, there's only about 20 pages in this book, but you begin to read, and you're not entirely comprehending what you're reading at first because it's kind of abstract. But as you flip back to the first page and begin to read it for like a second or third time, you realize that what you're reading is an account, like a third-person account of what you and your fucking group have been doing for like 4 days. It starts off with you guys leaving Kokoromban. And, or I'm sorry, is it Kokoromban? It's actually Kiru, my bad. So it starts off with you guys leaving Kiru, noting the number of steps that you are taking in what cardinal direction you are going from Kiru, stopping to note your sleeping patterns, how long each of you rest for, who stays up, and this goes all the way to where you guys encounter what is being referred to as, in quotations, the poisoned cache. And then moving northward into the village, there's a recount of the fight. There's a huge scribble on page 5 or 6, and you see like drops of crimson on the page itself as is something bled onto it, and you just see written out fucking dragon over and over, and like X's through it to the point where the page was so wet with ink and blood that it looks like it tore a little bit. And then after that, it kind of just goes dark.
And what was this written in? Am I able to discern? Or do I just see it as, like, Gaian or common?
So, that's a very good question. Give me one moment. So, you can... Oh, that's kind of tough. Yeah, so it's not... It doesn't make sense to you what it's written in. It's just that you can read it. Like, when you look at it, you just understand it. So, we'll say for you, it kind of shifts into, like, giant runes. But you do understand its literal meaning.
Cool.
And that's that. That's the whole journal.
I'll just cut that guy.
All right. What's everybody else doing?
I'm going to be looking right where I'm at this book, and then afterwards at the weird liquid and crystal behind it without actually touching that mysteriously blood-like substance.
Okay, so, Sybil, as you look down at the book, which is open, by the way, you do not understand a word that is written in this book. It just looks like gibberish to you. As far as the crystal is concerned, go ahead and give me an investigation check and do that with disadvantage.
You know what? On second thought, she's just sitting down because she's tired. She's looking at it. That's her investigation. That's a nat one. So she's just looking at it. She's too tired to think.
Yeah, you have no fucking idea what this thing is, but it's definitely cool looking, and something's definitely active about it. It doesn't look normal.
Is it moving at all? Like,
the crystal itself is not moving, but the motes inside are actively bouncing around. You don't hear anything, like, as far as, like, pink, 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 but they are, you can clearly see there's something inside bouncing around.
with how tired she is, I feel like she's just kind of doing that, spacing out, staring at it. Be like, yeah, I'm investigating. It's moving. And just losing herself in that.
All right.
I think for me, Winnie, once she noticed like the green skin kind of going away, she'd come over to investigate Sybil.
So this big, chonky, like teal dreaded ape comes walking over to you, knuckle dragging the whole fucking way.
Look, it's pretty. I can't read the book, but that's pretty.
I'd walk over and peer at the book that she referenced. Am I able to read it?
Winnie... Yes, actually. Well, I mean, you can't read, like, everything, but you do definitely recognize this is Sylvan.
I had
Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me. You are not exhausted, correct?
I am.
No, you are exhausted. You have to do it with disadvantage.
How is this 6?
So, you're not entirely sure what you're looking at. The syllables you understand as Sylvan, but like as you get probably 3 or 4 lines deep, you kind of think that you might be reading like an incantation of some sort, and you stop, just so you don't go too far on accident.
Okay. She'll kind of furrow her,
Excuse me.
furrow her gorilla brow, and then look over at,
You're an ape, not a gorilla. No,
excuse me, my apish brow, and look over at, Sybil, and just kind of like, I mean, you know, apes can be very expressive. She looks concerned.
So essentially, as you guys are kind of witnessing this, it looks like a fucking conversation between Robin Williams and Coco.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, honestly.
Yeah, it's just like this monkey sign language, and poor Sybil is just fucking exhausted, man.
She just gives you this kind of the dead look. She's just...
I guess she'd probably, honestly, she'll probably go out in the hallway and do a quick check to listen to see if she hears anything else moving around or anything.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check when you go out into the hallway, and do so with disadvantage. Not a bad fucking disadvantage roll.
Yeah.
Good monkey. Monkey ear strong. Okay, so sorry, I called you a monkey. You're an ape, and you deserve
how
to be
dare.
called an ape, you damn dirty ape. Okay. Now that would have been a good line out of one of the hags as she's getting
Oh, that
beaten to
would've been
death by
good.
monkey or ape fist.
Monkey
Don't you touch me, you damn dirty ape. You don't hear anything. It is outside of the people shuffling around inside of the room next to you. These halls are dead silent.
Okay. In that case, she'll walk in and drop the ape form.
Okay, so Winnie walks in, and as she does so, she begins to slowly... It's like you guys are watching the evolution of man. She goes from dragging her knuckles to this slow hunch to a more upright, and then her tendrils kind of recede back into her body as the familiar form of normal Winnie appears.
Gartok looks surprised despite having seen you transform into it. On a side note, I have two things I'd like to do.
Okay.
One would be to like look at the Hobgoblin corpse now that the battle's done. The Hobgoblin leader's body, which I think was here. It's either here or the square above.
There's a lot of corpses in this room, but yeah, you can find it easy enough.
And I guess I want to check if he's one of the people that, I guess, the leader of who attacked Gartok's village.
Make an investigation check.
Oh boy, I'm good at these.
Well, hey, at least you're not exhausted. An 11. So it's tough to tell, because, to be quite honest, all these fucking hobgoblins look exactly the same. At least in your small lizard man mind, they all look the same. But this one is wielding the weaponry, meaning the great sword and the splint mail that the leader was wearing when they attacked your village. So it definitely looks like it. You can't confirm it for sure, but like, pretty good fucking chance.
I think Gartok is just gonna see the armor, and be like, "Yep, that's him." Even if it wasn't him, he'd just be like, "Yeah, that's the one." Would it be too much to say that Gartok has like a small amulet of like, not an amulet, or like a necklace or something of like just lizard people like claws or teeth that he could have taken from his village?
Well, whatever, man. You're a cannibal. You take whatever the fuck you want.
He's gonna take that like off of, I don't know, wherever he was keeping it, and probably put it around this hobgoblin's neck specifically.
Okay.
Just kind of as like a mark of it's done.
Okay, understood.
And the second action he's gonna do is he wants to get his arrows back.
His arrows? Okay, how many arrows did you fire?
Well, I had 12 and I have 3 left, so...
Okay, so that's a pretty good... Alright, give me 1 second to roll some dice here. Okay, so out of the 9 that you fired, you successfully recover 3. The other 6 have definitely busted in some way, shape, or form that they're now unusable. Alright.
I hope we don't encounter anything that needs more than 6 arrows.
Okay, so, what is anybody doing?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'll go
Mine's
ahead.
gonna be- I was gonna say mine's gonna be based off of what you're doing anyway. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna head over to Gartok and the Hobgoblin Warlord.
Okay.
And after he places the mark, the necklace, I'm going to kind of pat him on the back and just in common say, "Good job. Now, feast." And after I say this, I'm going to go through the Warlord's personal effects, check the. I think he had some like a funky grill. I want to check to see what he's got for teeth going on, and then weaponry, armor, whatever he has on his person.
Okay. Okay, so first and foremost, you definitely can tell that he was wearing, and it was not splint mail, it was actually plate mail, like full plate. He had a shield that he was not using, and he was wielding a greatsword. Both the greatsword and the plate are very, very well put together. They've looked like they've been beaten up, and they definitely need to be oiled, but they're like really good quality for what this guy is. You don't find anything funky about the teeth. He has like some metal plating on the teeth, but you're not entirely sure if that was to protect him or just like a sign of status or something. It does come out. Like it's not, it like a clip almost, like a grill. But it's kind of gross. You also find... On his left hand, around his index finger, you find this weird fucking ring that looks like that. It is, it looks like, it's made out of silver with a small, copper band around the center, but the entirety of the ring, like the base shape of the ring, looks to you like a feather or maybe hair, and then there's like a little copper band that goes around the center. Very strange, pretty unique for sure.
Okay. I'd like to obviously take the ring. I think I'm gonna leave the grill for now. I don't think it'll fit anyways. But the ring, did the shield look any like it was very well crafted too, or was it just the plate and the greatsword?
No, the shield looks like it's really well made. They look well made. They don't look like there's no like runes or weird effects or designs, but they're just really well put together. Somebody who knew what the fuck they were doing put it together.
Okay. I'd like to take that stuff with the ring. I'll show Winnie the ring and obviously what I would like to put in the bag of holding.
Okay, so Winnie, it will be a suit of full plate armor. A shield, and a greatsword. And then, Bloodmane, you're holding onto the ring, is that right?
I will give her the ring too. I have not,
okay.
I've become slightly more wise in my travels. I'm not just going to put it on or anything. I'd like to figure out what it is before any of us does that.
Hey, that's a great idea.
Sure. Okay, yeah. So you hand her the ring, and you guys can see the ring on the screen now, or it's in your notes.
Pretty ring. I would like to put it on. I'll wait.
Ulrich's gonna go and try and put his peepers on this crystal and see if he can see anything weird about it, or what's going on with it in the inside.
Okay, go ahead and give me a you can give me an Arcana check or investigation.
While he does that, when Bloodman said feast, Gartok immediately looks like the bug or cross, who he doesn't know is made of rock, but...
Are you going to approach and attempt to eat the bug?
I think he'll inspect it first, because this is a giant insect.
Okay, go ahead and give me, just give me a nature check, and then, Ulrich, okay, 16, beautiful.
No.
Alright, give me 1 second here. Ulrich, I'm trying to figure out your roll. What the hell was your roll there? I'm seeing 2 d20s being rolled plus 4, so you got 2 6s plus your 4 is 16? That's not right.
No, I had it roll at disadvantage.
Yeah, mine does the same thing. You just roll it twice.
Okay,
Mine
I'll
gets
roll
stupid
one.
like
I'll just roll twice more.
Yeah, but the problem is it looks like it's rolling, like, what is the plus 6 and what is the plus 4? Is the plus 4 your proficiency bonus? And the plus 6, do you have a plus 6 to your investigation?
I have +4.
To investigation, so it did. It rolled 2 6. So stop. Yeah, stop doing the disadvantage thing, guys. Just roll twice because we had this problem the last time. It's adding it all together. There we go. I mean, either way, you still rolled a 16, but yeah, that's exactly what it did. It rolled the 2d. It rolled the 2d20s and added them together in that first
Yeah, mine
one.
does the same thing. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're using web browser apps for things, so it's okay, or extensions. All right, either way, 16 is still really fucking good. So
I also came up with that same exact roll on D20, so I think it's just something up with or on D&D Beyond. So I think it's just something up with that in general.
could absolutely be. Okay, so a 16. So you look at this thing, you've not seen anything quite like this before, at least not in this lifetime, but there is definitely something active about this crystal, and what you see that kind of draws your attention more interestingly is that this crimson liquid that's inside of this fountain, there is a probably inch or so of dried crimson liquid around the edge, which indicates that it was taken out at some point, or it evaporated, or was absorbed in some way, shape, or form before it settled to the current state that it's at. And you can definitely tell there's something magical about this. Like, it is humming with weave energy. Gartok, you look at this thing. It's not uncommon for you and your people to, like, summon creatures to aid you, though it's not very common. You do occasionally have druids that will summon, like, alligators and snakes and shit like that. But this thing is definitely, like, as you get close to it, it is an elemental. It is an elemental, like, as far as you can tell, or a spirit or something. It is not of this world.
Okay, I guess you'll just see Gartok knock on it, and it'll be like stone thing, and I'll just look disappointed and turn away.
And as you do so, it kind of, like, whips at you, and it begins to hiss loudly, and you hear, like, this clicking, like two stones being smacked together, and you realize it's coming out of this thing's throat. And as you get a closer look at its face, the pincers that it's got that were being used to bite the hag is covered in blood. This thing still has bits of flesh, like, hanging off of it. It looks vicious. Alright, so, what are you guys
I
doing?
want to say he hisses back, but... No, fuck it, I think he would.
So there's, like, these two creatures hissing at each other, like two cats that met each other in a dark alley. Good old-fashioned feline standoff. Alright, what are we doing?
So I think Winnie would, as she sees Ulrich over there, she'll say, "Are you able to read that book? Don't read it out loud."
I mean, I can try. I can't read it. If it's in Sylvan, I can't read it.
Yeah, you don't understand what it says.
Crisscross applesauce is all I can read.
That's not even. Yeah.
The Carl book, apparently.
Emig, I don't. Would you want to? I saw you reading over there. She looks kind of like confused and slightly concerned that he was reading. Do you want to give it a try?
And I'll respond. I'm not as well versed with things of arcane natures. Not yet, anyways, but I can try.
She's mostly just kind of like watching him to see if he's actually reading or if he's just staring at the book to make it seem like he's reading.
Okay. So Bloodmane comes over and kind of glances down at the open tome. And, yeah, Bloodmane, as you do so, at first it's all fucking gibberish. But you feel yourself take a deep breath, and as you reopen your eyes, the eyes of the Runekeeper kind of forces the text to shimmer, and as the sigils move and manipulate, and like certain specific characters. You'll see like a line on the left side of it kind of move into what now creates a giant rune, and you begin to read through it. You're not entirely sure like what exactly, because for the most part, at least on this page, it is absolutely 100% an incantation from top to bottom. You are aware of that. You don't know what all the words mean, because you could say them because you're reading what the words are, but you're not sure what they would do. However, at the very top of the page, in normal script, still in Sylvan, and you reading it as a giant, but not in like a magical incantation script, you read the word revitalization.
Okay. I will share the information that it is definitely an incantation. I won't read it out loud. But the key word, I'll think about it in common. Not quite there yet. So in Giant, I'll turn to Winnie and say revitalization.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. That might be worth trying to bring with us. Maybe.
I do have a scroll of identify left. I can try and identify this crystal.
That may not be a bad idea. We also have this, and she'll take the ring out.
Pretty.
I don't know how identify really works. I know how to detect magic, but does it work the same way?
No, I'm pretty sure. Let me go. It's not a spell I use often. Give me a moment. Gotta think about it.
I think the crystal takes precedence.
Yeah, so it impacts one object or creature that you touch.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, I can try on the crystal.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okie dokie.
All right, so you remove the scroll of identify, the last one that you have. You can go ahead and remove that from your inventory. You unfurl it and you perform the incantation. As the last syllable of the incantation flees your mouth, the scroll evaporates. I mean, literally, just doesn't turn to smoke, no flashy effects. It just dissolves, and the energy then coalesces around your fingers. As you reach out and touch the crystal, you learn the following. There is a pulse of pink energy, much like the color of the crystal itself. And Ulrich, your mind kind of goes blank, and you feel yourself kind of whooshing through the air, almost like you're falling. You come upon a scene where you are in a dark, black-stoned, circular room, almost as if you are in a tower somewhere. In the center of the room, there is a large silvered cage, and on the inside of said cage is a small blue wormling that is currently shackled, kind of spread eagle in said cage. It is struggling, but its mouth and all of its limbs are bound, and you can see that its wings have been strapped down to its side so it can't move. The vision rushes like another gust of wind, like you're falling forward, and this time you see that same blue wormling, but now it is a young blue dragon. Not in a cage anymore, and instead of being spread eagle, it's hogtied with silvered chains. Its mouth has a large metal contraption on it, and its wings are bound to its side, again in the center of a large circular room. There is a third whoosh of energy and air, and as you come to and you look around, you now see that same blue dragon. A young adult, probably a couple 100 years old at this point, upright, but chained in about 30 different directions, its head lolled quietly to its chest, its mouth cinched shut, but in a much more free state than it was in the last two visions, minus all of the chains that are currently binding it, but it looks almost as if it is asleep. The vision backs out ever so slightly in that same circular room, the creature, the dragon, in the center still. And as the vision kind of pans around to the right, you spot the crystal. As the vision rushes up towards the crystal, you kind of look at it from a top-down perspective. And as you do so, you can see the little motes of blue energy bouncing around on the inside. And you see a small trace of weave energy leading from the crystal to the back end of the dragon, kind of binding itself, spiraling down one of its legs. As you glance out around you, you notice that there are other crystals in the room doing the same exact thing. Your vision backs all the way out from the young adult to the young to the wormling, and then whoom, suddenly you are back. That is the vision you have. What you identify on a specific note is that this is a binding crystal. The actual lore of this thing, or the actual like brass tacks details, are that this was a binding crystal that was used to keep Thaxengul the Blue in a torpor state to power something under Empyrean rule many years ago, and up until the recent time. This was one of those crystals. This was one of Thaxengul's binding crystals. Very potent in what it was doing for as long as it was doing it. And yeah, you don't know a whole lot more about that, except that it is still an active item.
Yeah, I'll definitely relay all of that. So one of several crystals, so there's that, but what were they trying to do with it? Revive the binding?
Wait. You, like... This is gonna be a weird question, maybe, but...
Just to be clear, by the way, you saw 4 crystals in that room, and that includes the one that you were specifically focused on.
One step, yeah.
Do you remember, like, what we're doing here?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, that all came rushing back. I kind of blanked for a couple minutes there, but yeah.
Okay.
As soon as the last hag died, I started the all of my memories, all of them, came flooding back at once. So that's a lot.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that is a lot for you. But good. I noticed other things changed, and she'll kind of like look at herself too. Look at her fur and look over at Sybil.
So yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
But yeah, so that combined with a incantation for some sort of revival. Are they trying to revive the binding, rebind Thaxengul? So they can get back to the... Maybe so they can get into that area for more random nonsense? I don't know.
What if we could use these at some point to help in binding the big one that's destroying our Earth, our world?
We might need more than 4.
Maybe it could slow it.
Maybe.
I mean, they are magical. They held a dragon, I feel like. Maybe it could hold the world breaker.
So why don't... Give me 1 second here. Alright, so... Ulrich, Winnie... Gartok? Actually, no, not Gartok. Sorry, Gartok.
He's like, it's fine, I expect.
All right, yeah, everybody else's wisdom is a little bit far out there. So, Winnie and Ulrich, why don't you go ahead and both give me just a wisdom check?
Sorry, is that at disadvantage?
It is, yeah, it's an
Thank you.
ability check.
Okay.
All right, so 18 or 19 and a 13. So, Ulrich, you don't recall this. It's kind of eluded you at this point, but Winnie, as you guys are discussing, you know, this potential, you remember that not too long ago you guys actually had a full-blown conversation regarding who, what, when, where, and why as far as Thaxingol and the Empyrean and what they were doing. And just as a point of reference, this is a DM point of reference to something that you would have remembered with your role. So the story goes, now obviously all the Empyrean are gone so you can't confirm it, but from what everybody who remembers can tell you, the Empyrean bound Thaxingol as a conduit of energy. Okay? That energy was used to keep the World Breaker in a state of torpor. And these binding crystals were what were what bound I almost said Nolthraxian. Whoops, wrong campaign. Thaxingol is what bound Thaxingol in order to allow it to be utilized as a conduit to keep the World Breaker down. So, do with that what you will. They're all connected.
Well, I don't think Thaxingol would like it very much. But that was how they held back the World Breaker before, if you recall. It was using Thaxingol as the conduit, I guess.
Maybe we can find a different conduit. One that deserves it. I don't know. I feel it would be a waste to leave it. And Thaxingol would be wise enough to realize the wisdom behind that as well, I believe.
I think so too. As long as we don't use it on Thaxingol or any within that, I don't know, what do they call groups of dragons? Family? Clutch? I don't know.
Murder.
Murder. I think you're right. Okay, that was shockingly intelligent. Gartok?
Oh, he was just having a daydream.
You're just saying murder randomly.
Yeah, he was. Oh, what were we doing? Oh God, there's so much blood.
I mean, you're not wrong. I definitely think we should bring him with us. Maybe we can find a different conduit. I don't know. We can put him in the...
I'm sure somebody out there will know what we can do with these to help end this issue with the World Breaker. Worst case scenario, what? We destroy them, cast them
I'm
to
gonna say we carry him
the...
around for a while.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right.
Go ahead and try and take it out of the basin.
Yeah, and it lifts up easy enough. It's probably about 2 pounds. It's a heavy fucking crystal. The bottom of it is dripping. As soon as you pull it out and you actually like break the surface of this liquid, Bloodmane, you immediately pick up the scent of blood. It is a basin full of blood. And I'll tell you what, give me a survival check.
Is that a disadvantage? I think it is, right?
It is at disadvantage, yep.
Okay.
Okay, that's still not bad. It's definitely hobgoblin blood.
Alright. Well, this is hobgoblin blood, guys. If you want any, it actually doesn't smell too bad.
So, Ulrich, as you pick the crystal up, and the bottom of it is obviously still dripping with this wet crimson shit, over the course of about 30 seconds or so, as you're kind of like eyeballing it, manipulating it, you realize that suddenly it becomes dry. Like almost all at not all at once, but it's seemingly all at once, and you're trying to figure out like where the hell did it go? It very possibly went in, because it did not go down. Not all of it.
Logic dictates. Must go. What goes in must come out.
All right, so you can go ahead and add a custom item to your inventory, and you can just call it an arcane binding crystal, 2 pounds. All right, anybody else doing anything in here?
Sybil is using a skill that she honed in her time on the guards and sleeping at her post while appearing to be at attention and aware of things.
Make a performance check at disadvantage.
Even a nap on a weapon.
As you guys are dealing with the crystal, Gartok, all of a sudden you hear snoring behind you. You glance over your shoulder, Sybil is fucking out cold.
This could admittedly be why they wanted her off the guards.
Yeah. This is exactly why. Alright, you guys doing anything else in here?
Maybe just.
We should probably look at the bodies, right? Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so for the sake of brevity, who is my coin counter? Is that going to be Winnie?
Yeah.
Alright, so you guys find the following. This is between all of the corpses and the other bags and small boxes and crates and things that are in here. First and foremost, you find 10,000 gold. 2,300 plat. And you find a small coin purse that is trimmed with blue drake hide. And on the inside, you find a small flask that looks like this. As you pick the flask up, and like as you pull it up and out of the coin purse, it only stands probably about, half a hand high, but it is full of this almost black, crimson-y liquid, and as you touch it, it pulsates. And as it pulsates over, like a minute or so, Winnie, as you're looking at it, go ahead and give me a medicine check. Not bad, man. Even with disadvantage, you're doing all right. It's a heartbeat. It's a healthy heartbeat that you are feeling.
Would I know anything about that?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. How about a 6? Every time I do Arcana, it's a 6.
It's because nobody ever wants to specialize in Arcana in my campaigns.
I'm really a wizard.
You have no idea what the fuck this is. It kind of catches you off guard, especially being as sleepy as you are and having just murdered a bunch of fucking hags and a crystal and blood and Thaxingol and the World Breaker and oh my god, why does this potion have a heartbeat?
So when he's gonna look at it, feel that, and just put it away. We can deal with that later. I don't fully, yes, you're right, Lucy. I don't fully understand what I just picked up, and I can't even wrap my head around it right now.
Alright.
On a side note, Gartok saw Sybil fall asleep And he's gonna like walk over, wave his hand in front of her, be like, "Oh, asleep," and then instead of waking her, he's just gonna stand guard by by the door, by the open. Wow, yes, open.
All right, so you kind of stand guard by the open door, kind of keep your eyes peeled, listen to her saw and logs. You feel like you've done a good thing this day. The only good thing. No. Okay, so with that being said, you clean the place out as best as you can. You feel like you have definitely scrapped. You've tossed this place to get as much fucking goodies as you could out of it. And that takes, by the way, this whole process takes easily hour and 15 minutes. As the hour marker comes up, Winnie, your beetle kind of skitters up to you. It kind of like bows its head and kind of like almost like nuzzles like its head up against your leg. It's awkward and stony and fucking weird, but then its whole body kind of like shifts, like collapses to the ground, and then just the ground takes it. Like the whole body just dissolves into the stonework.
Yeah, when it nuzzled her, she would have given it a little pet like it was a puppy. She would have like endearing. She loves it.
And then with that, it is gone and your concentration is regained. Okay, so
Good riddance.
Don't need it anyway.
yeah, if you can't eat it, what fucking good is it? Okay, what would you guys like to do? There are still other areas in here that you have not seen yet, but obviously I will leave it up to you. You guys tell me what you would like to do and how do you like to do it.
Yes, let us discuss. There was,
Is anyone still hurt? Like badly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Winnie looks really bad.
Now that she's not an ape anymore.
Yeah, she's beyond bloodied. Everybody else actually looks okay. Sybil's still got some pretty nasty scrapes and bruises on her, but like Bloodmane, Gartok, and you look great compared to the ladies.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
then
throw 4th level cure wounds.
Okay.
really McWhiskers beat the crap out of me.
Who?
McWhiskers. Grilly McWhiskers, that guy over there.
Alright, so that's 43 healing for you, Candy.
Got it, thank you.
I forget it. We'll go another level 4. Last level 4 for the day.
All right. Beautiful. And is that 20 for Sybil?
Yeah, 20 for Sybil.
Okay, and Sybil, you are healed for 20.
Yeah, a little nap healing.
I was gonna say this didn't even wake her up with how exhausted she is.
She's gonna wake up and go, "Damn, I knew I needed a nap."
I feel so much better.
And everyone still look better now?
Everybody looks way better for sure.
Okay, we'll leave it at that for now.
All right.
I'd help healing because I know rangers have healing spells, but my only healing spell currently is Goodberry.
You take that 1 hit point and you fucking like it.
And not have to eat for the rest of the day.
True. All right.
Meal replacement Goodberry shake.
So we still have rooms that we can explore. I know that we probably should rest. We could rest potentially outside of this place, or even check out that very welcoming room.
We could just know that not all within the Fae way of doing things, not all welcomes are warm and cozy. Do we want to try to rest before we try to investigate that room, or should we?
Yes.
I think we know Sybil's vote.
I really don't want to rest here, but I'm also afraid if we leave here with the hags gone, this place might like collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Which also makes me leery of resting in here as well. So I feel like we just made a whole lot of commotion, so if there were more in here, they probably would have come from but there could be more traps or anything, so there's that.
Yes, I am very tired, but what Ulrich says is true. It's good to have you back, God touched.
I was here. It was just kind of half here, maybe. I don't know.
Well, and something else to keep in mind, resting here may not be the safest, because if this is actually in the Feywild, if they transported us like they did the first time to a different plane, we might be here way longer than we intended to be. And that could be bad for the world.
I mean, we could go outside right now. It could be World Breakerville all over the place.
Right, so maybe let's step out. Let's step outside. If the place collapses and we never get to investigate, then it collapses and we never get to investigate, but at least we'll be where we're supposed to be. Well, and to be fair, we didn't exactly get robbed while we were in here.
Yeah.
It was literally the opposite. Okay, let's head outside.
Okay.
Someone, if Sybil's still sleeping, Winnie would probably try to football carry her.
Okay.
I'll lead the way out, just in case.
And I'm pretty sure she would wake up the second she gets jostled at all.
Yeah, I think the second Bloodmane and Ulrich walk past, Gartok will be like, "Oh, we're leaving," and she kind of turn to Sybil. And Gartok is not gentle. He doesn't do things that way. So he just, I guess, just literally shakes you awake.
Get up, asshole. Okay.
So her eyes like start open, and her dagger's in her hand, and she goes, "Rabbit screams, what?" And then just,
Wake up so you can go to sleep.
what? Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Gartok looks confused by what you just said, Winnie.
Alright, so you guys gather yourselves and you make for the exit. As you approach the exit from the interior where the frame is, you can see the outside. It appears to be daytime out there. So, you leave. As you all step out, one after the other, you find yourselves stepping in and out of a doorway, and as you all progressively move out and then turn back around, the framed archway is no longer there, nor is the tent behind you, and there is no visible way of re-entry. It is simply gone. The rest of the camp is here, except for that little bit.
Hey, we're live.
Yeah, it stinks, but it's better than risking potentially staying in there too long or waking something else up that we really can't face right now.
We've got a good enough list as it is. We don't got to add to it.
Yeah.
That fire is also not active, so... okay. Alright, so you guys come back out. It is, it's kind of tough to tell the time, but it's definitely afternoon. What is it that you guys would like to do at this point?
I have a weird question, description-wise.
Okay.
The bodies and stuff are still here?
Nope.
Okay. Were they here when we came back?
Sure were.
Okay. Sybil is going to just, she's not going to panic Bloodmane. She's going to, turn it Ulrich, bodies aren't there. Where are the bodies?
Not here?
Do I know what happened to the bodies?
Well, you ate
I
a
did
couple
show
of
up
them.
later.
Yeah, you chopped up and ate a handful of them. But when you had re-entered, there were still bodies out here. A couple of them. Minus, we'll say, the 3 or 4 that you consumed and then carved into arrows.
I think Gartok would point at the 3 that he took.
8. Lunch.
Yeah, but there's a lot more than that. There's a lot. And a lot's missing.
get out of here so we can sleep and not get taken by whatever took the bodies. Please.
Does anything seem weird about our environs aside from things disappearing? Like, are the normal sounds of the environment still there, or is it, like, dead?
Make a perception check.
I would like to use a ranger ability.
Okay, what ranger ability would you like to use?
It's called the Hunter's Sense, I think.
Okay, yeah, I know all about that.
Oh, that's the wrong one. It's Primal Awareness.
Yeah, I knew which one you were talking about. Okay, and you got a spell slot for it?
I do.
Okay. Alright, Bloodmane, as you listen, like, you hear jungle sounds, but as far as being able to tell, like, if something's out of place, you have no fucking idea. You're just too tired for it right now. But you definitely do hear jungle ambiance.
Well, where do we think is going to be safest to rest?
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I've got Lucy doing a thing here.
I was just, yeah.
Alright, so... let's see... So, you are definitely in your favored terrain. So that means that you've got 6 miles. So, as you activate your hunter's sense and you kind of like squat down and put your hand to the ground, you guys see kind of this like very quick green pulse of energy that goes into the ground, kind of like almost in this spiderweb pattern out from around Gartok's hand, and then it kind of retracts back into his hand. As it does so, Gartok, you sense celestials, dragons, and fae within 6 miles of you.
Okay, I don't think Gartok would know how to say that in common, so he kind of switches to Draconic, broken Draconic, and he'll say,
Dragon. Fae. And Celestial.
I hope that came across.
It did come across.
I don't think we've seen you use that before, though.
No, that is my first time using it. I took a book out of, a page out of Aurora's book.
When he will look over at Gartok and go, what?
Around area.
Oh,
He'll-
I mean, I count for half of those. Kind of.
okay. Well, that's good to know. So maybe this isn't the best place for us to try to rest.
Don't know exactly where.
Okay.
It's daytime, right? Did you say what time of day it was? I didn't catch it. I'm sorry.
Afternoon?
It is the afternoon, yep.
How far away from that other encampment, the supply encampment, where we do not touch the supplies next time?
You guys are just a couple hours, like hour and a half or so. And if you take the road, you could probably cut time out.
But that was like bug central when we were there last time.
Yes, it was.
See no problems here.
I was gonna say I guess we could just try to rest here. There's nothing saying that if we go a mile up or down the road, he's not still gonna sense those same things.
Where is Gartux?
Yeah, it's bad. I actually
Did
just
he
saw
pop
that
up
as
again?
well.
Hang on. Peekaboo.
There he is.
Stealth's right out of the campaign.
Oh, hell yeah. Alright.
Sorry, I blend in. It's kind of natural.
Maybe we can set up some makeshift barricades at the south entrance and see if we can't get something going here.
Yeah, if nothing else, it's not like we won't be doing watches, so we should see things coming, but I do think, if nothing else, we're fairly certain we know what these different creatures, at least I feel like we've encountered all the creatures that Gartok listed, so just we need to be on alert.
Alright. So you guys want to set up a little barricade down to the south here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead and just give me, I don't know, give me a survival check. We'll say that this is for setting up makeshift barricades and attempting to survive a little longer.
Do you want
Now are you guys just doing it, let me ask you this first, are you guys doing it at just the one entrance and then just kind of focusing yourselves around there?
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
what I was thinking, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, whoever is going to be doing that, you can go ahead and do it. If somebody's assisting, then that person can roll straight instead of at disadvantage.
When
No,
you would assist
guidance.
scheming. And a D4.
I think we rolled straight because you assisted.
Yeah, but I think, Case, did you say you're gonna cast guidance?
Yeah.
Oh, guidance. Okay.
Okay. Alright, 11. Yeah, you do average. You do aight. Give me one sec.
It's a minefield.
David really has been playing 7 days today.
Yeah, so you set up, you grab a bunch of the crates, and you kind of stack them in a way that will give you guys a little bit of protection from that direction, and if disturbed, will fall and hopefully alert you that something is happening. It's not the best you've ever done, but with what you have at your disposal and with how tired you are, it's actually not that bad. So, okay, so you guys set yourselves up there, and what is the intention now? What would you like to do? Just go into, like, sleepy time routines?
Yeah, kind of hanging out, I think, until we can rest, because none of us is really prepared to face anything else right now, I think.
Alright, so why don't we do... Oh, go ahead.
Move that cart real quick. Just at kind of a... like, north of the southwest tents by the fire pit. Just so it's kind of like giving a little more... Yep, that guy there. So it's giving a little more cover to our north.
Alright, you
And,
see
like-
you're moving a cart?
Yeah, is that a wagon? A cart?
Give me one second, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Can you ping it?
By the north,
Oh, yeah. Yep,
Yeah.
yep, sure is. Give me one sec.
I could just turn it on its side, kind of up against that southwestern stairwell on the inside.
Alright.
I think that'll be good for now. Hopefully.
So you want to do it kind of like that to give you guys a little extra barrier there, like that?
Yeah, just straight east-west, and that would be great. Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Alright, so you guys have created like a little alcove for yourselves inside of this encampment. Yeah, a little cozy cove. Hey, the good thing is the stink of death is no longer around you. Alright, so for the sake of brevity, we will say that you guys rest throughout the remainder of the early afternoon, and if anybody wants to do something, go ahead and just speak up. Go ahead, Sybil.
I have two things. One,
Okay.
I want to check these fires that are out and see if I can figure out how old they are, because I'm worried about us having lost time again.
Okay, go ahead and make a survival check with disadvantage for that to kind of...
Yeah, which I'm great at.
Okay, in 8, it's tough to tell. However, when you get your hands down and into, because you realize they're cold, but when you get your hands down and into like the really deep portion of the soot, it's still warm. Not smoldering, but it's still warm.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a relief. Then she is going to spend part of the evening, since she's still not going. She's not going to bother Bloodmane or anything. She's going to spend part of the evening, especially if it gets towards the night, trying to, do what she attempted to do last night, what she hopes is last night, and recenter herself with some that like meditative prayer type thing, and hope it doesn't turn into an obsessive thing again.
Okay. Go ahead as you're doing that and preparing yourself. Why don't you go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Scared to click it. Yep, that tracks.
I'll get back to you in a minute. Everybody else?
I'd like to consult my book and, say my prayers and everything before I inevitably pass out, probably a little bit early.
Okay. Yeah, as you go through the book, through the ropes, as far as the book is concerned, again, every time you reread it, it's like it shifts and changes ever so slightly, and you gain just glean that little extra teeny tiny bit of information every time, and then reinforce all of the old stuff, which is wonderful. Nothing wild or exciting pops up as far as as far as new discoveries are concerned, but you definitely have taken stock of what you've learned already. Okay, Winnie, Gartok, or Ulrich?
I think seeing that Emig is studying, Winnie would try to find something to distract herself with, because usually they would chat. So she would kind of she'll say, I'll take first watch whenever we're ready for that. And then she's gonna sit down, hang out, and, to be honest, she's, for the first time since Dieter was around, she's just gonna be playing with Druidcraft.
Okay.
Making random shit as she's sitting there, just to feel like she's summoning stuff, to be honest, because that felt really good.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty cool. You go throughout the next 4 or 5 hours and you're just kind of fucking around, just relaxing and finally taking a load off, and as you do so, you're summoning little flowers, you're forcing little flowers to grow, which then in your natural balance you watch as they wither and rot away in your hand and kind of slosh off into the ground, fertilizer for the new grass that will inevitably grow here. And you kind of rinse and repeat and practice with mushrooms. Some mushrooms just, they'll grow up and it'll be like this big red and white cap that kind of folds over, and then a little puffball grows on top of that, sprays some spores, and as they come down, the whole thing rots into your hand. And it's just this cycle of life, death, and rebirth that you kind of get yourself into.
And at one point during that as well, she'd check the weather, since we're outside, because you can use Druidcraft to check the weather for the next 24 hours.
So you create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts the weather at your location for the next 24 hours. So we'll say as you guys are getting ready to like truly bed down, it starts to get dark out. You manifest this little mote of energy and you kind of toss it up into the air, and you guys see this little green energy mote up into the air. and you see it kind of bursts into this almost mist shape that you take to be maybe a cloud, and the cloud grows and grows and grows, and as it grows, it kind of gets darker, and then you see these little tiny, almost raindrop-like motes of green energy drip out of the cloud, and then after a couple of moments, the rain stops, the cloud breaks, and you see a beam of green energy kind of break through the cloud.
We might see some storms tomorrow.
Is Winnie exhausted?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, Gartok would kind of, when you say, I'll take first watch, Gartok will saunter up and go,
You need sleep. I will watch.
When he kind of eyes him for a second, thinks back on the fight inside of the hag lair, and then gives a nod. Oh, okay. Thank you.
he's going to point to Sybil.
Need more sleep.
She needs a lot of things.
Alright, this is an off-screen test for myself. Off-screen.
Ulrich will go by, just check everyone, make sure, like, if anyone's still looking relatively hurt, to try and save on rest hit dice. Yeah, I got some spell slots left, so I can use some healing still.
Yeah, when he's
Make a
still...
medicine check.
Oh.
With disadvantage, because you are sleepy.
Oh god.
It's through 3, I don't know why.
So we'll take the 21 and the 8. The 8 is your low. So at this point, as far as you are concerned, you know that you're fine. Sybil looks fine. Bloodmane looks fine. Winnie looks a little bit worse for wear. Gartok looks fine, but everybody else looks okay.
Okay, well, I'm going to use a little bit of myself then, and I'll use a little on Winnie, so.
Okay.
I'll do level 2 on me. Mine was not right. Hold on. That'll be fine. And then I'll pop a level 2 on Winnie as well.
Nice.
Alright. That's what I'll do.
All right.
And Winnie will offer to do close wounds or heal people or whatever before we go to sleep as well.
All right, so anybody who does want to take advantage of that in order to use your hit dice, please feel free to do so now.
I also do have I can actually just heal if you guys want, since we're about to sleep.
Yeah, I could use a little bit.
Okay. I always try to
I
save...
could use it a little bit too.
Okay. So Winnie will heal Emig. I'm gonna do... He said a little bit, so she's gonna start with a level 1 cure wounds, so we see where we're at. Minimum heal for you.
I asked for a little. I got a little.
She'll kind of look... Do you need more healing? You want me to do closed wounds? What will work better?
For
you, probably closed wounds.
Possibly more than that, but yeah, we could do whatever you got here.
So she'll do closed wounds. If you want to roll a hit die.
Find those here. I'll find it eventually. You can go ahead and
Okay.
help Gartok.
And then she'll go to Gartok. How badly are you injured?
Not very.
Okay, so another level 1 cure wounds. You get a little more.
Almost full.
Nice. She'll offer, I can cure wounds for you as well, if you need. I mean, close wounds, excuse me.
I think after the one, it'd be fine. I
Okay.
can roll a singular hit dice and get it back.
Yeah. And then once everybody's looking better, she's gonna finally just sit and be done for the day. There it is. Nice.
All right.
Actually, you should look at Sybil too, because Sybil's already sleeping, right?
I think Sybil's been in like spaced out. Like
Yeah.
when she has to go to bed now, she's gonna end up over here since the party and more specifically Bloodmane are over here. Right now she's just kind of in the like, I don't know what we're doing, and if I sit down, I'm not standing up again. So I'm standing.
You want me to do a medicine check on her?
You can tell that she's got a couple scrapes on her, just by, looking at her. But more than that, her physically, she's got a couple scrapes and bruises. Something's not right with her mental state, though. As you walk over there, she is standing almost in a complete trance. Her eyes are wide open and completely glazed over, almost a little bit bloodshot, and she is staring straight ahead. She is unblinking, and you see her hands are kind of out in front of her, and they're like tapping a pattern between her thumb and her other fingers, and she is just...
Sybil.
She doesn't seem to hear you.
Sybil. And she'll start to reach her arm out.
She doesn't hear you.
She'll touch her on the shoulder.
Sybil, suddenly, as you have found yourself stuck in this almost borderline obsessive-compulsive loop of having to go through the ways of keeping yourself peaceful, inner peace. It's always about the pattern, always about the rhythm. You lost yourself. And as you suddenly come to, now you were finding that inner peace, but it was in such an obsessive state that you lost yourself. And all of a sudden you come back to, the last thing you remember, it was like daylight, sky. You come to, and all of a sudden it's dark, and Winnie has her hand on you, and you don't know what the fuck happened. Like you've been out for a couple hours.
She does the eyes so wide you can almost see like the whites of her eyes, and she just looks at Winnie. What?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem like you're fine.
I was just trying to think and just calm down from that. It's all right. I'm good.
Okay. Well, I think you need sleep, but I also think you need some healing. Okay with you if I heal you?
Yeah. Thank you.
So she'll cast my last level 1 cure wounds.
Oh,
Okay.
if I ask you a question, are you gonna get like super concerned and probably act on it, or can I just ask you a question that you just answer without reading too much into it?
I'll probably get super concerned and act on it. What's your question?
I don't have a question.
Nah, you can't do that. Okay, wait, let me change my answer. I can just hear your question.
Okay, how long have we been here?
Yep, that's concerning. Most of the day. What were you doing?
Some thought exercises.
She doesn't seem like she's lying about that.
What are they supposed to do for you?
They, you remember when Azaki and I would go off into the woods and we would, like, do the balance thing?
Mm-hmm. Kind of. I remember you guys playing in the trees.
Yeah, it helps balance everything, and it's hard to do that without being able to go and just... Damn it. Sorry, Red's about to get
Is that
lost
what?
in that.
Is that what? Is it Azaki being gone? Is that what has you?
I mean, that's part of it, but no, it's hard to do any of it without actually being able to move. It's hard to be able to, like, it's, I don't know how to explain it. I have to get it right. I have to find that.
Well, you're not gonna be able to move until you sleep, so maybe try to sleep and then see if you move better in the morning.
If I go out and spend some time in the trees, is Bloodmane gonna leave?
If you go out and spend time in the trees, are you gonna come back?
I mean, yeah,
That's the better question.
we have things to do.
I don't think. I don't know.
And
how
there's
to
like
say
none
this.
of her performer's voice, like, or anything. She's just fucking tired and a little bit scared.
I don't know how to say this without it sounding mean. If you go out and spend time in the trees, I don't think Bloodmane will notice. But everybody else will. Especially if you decide not to come back and or get lost in the trees, in the jungle.
I'm not gonna get lost.
You say that every time you get lost, though.
Well, then do you want to come west? Yeah, weren't expecting that.
Can you tell me what happened with the guy at the top of the stairs over there?
I gave him some of the water that we had picked up at the supply thing, I think. I just went to give him some water. That was it.
Winnie, make an insight check with disadvantage. Sleepyhead. Oh, that would have been good.
It's still a +7.
That's still not fucking bad. God damn, man, fuck you guys and being level fucking 11. I hate you.
I did. I met one, did two.
I know you did. Yeah.
No.
So as far as the 14, no, she is telling you the truth as far as she believes it. She thinks she just gave the guy water that you picked up from the supply cache.
I mean, to be fair,
I just spent. I had my hands inside his chest trying to stop him from bleeding out. Why would I poison him?
well, that was how I justified it too, but to be fair, we all got poisoned or cursed or something by the food that was there. It's not
Also,
unreasonable to think.
Whatever was in there, whatever killed him, helped heal the hags. So, there's that.
What do you mean it helped heal the hags?
So I don't have a way to say this without it sounding like something that happens in, like, the back rooms of Mama Moondy's. But I stabbed her and she liked it.
Oh, god damn it.
You nasty.
I stabbed her and she liked it. Okay, you can have an inspiration point because that's just fucking hilarious. Wow. And that would be the back rooms at Mama Moondy's. Okay, you sadomasochists, you go to the back, you know your place. Jesus.
So that raises a lot of questions about a lot of things with Mama Mundi. That might be for a different time.
The forbidden rooms.
So, okay. What, I mean, I can go out there and keep an eye out for you, but I'm not much of a, at least not in this form, I'm not much of a tree swinger.
It's up to you. But it would help, I think, being able to go out there. I know I'm tired. It's not going to be pretty or graceful, but it might. I need that piece.
Okay. Let me just let people know that I'm leaving with you. Oh, is Ulrich standing right there that whole time?
No, I've been running around healing people. So
Okay, okay.
That would have been awkward as
It's
fuck.
so awkward.
Fucking yeah, no. With your observer feat, you definitely heard that whole conversation go down. Because everybody else has been relatively quiet at this point.
So when you'll turn around and walk over to Emeg and Ulrich. I'm gonna. I guess Sybil needs to blow off some steam, so I'm gonna stand out there and just make sure she's good and doesn't get lost.
I'm going to look up quizzically, and you're speaking in common, I'll continue in common. Blow off steam. She doesn't look like she's ready to blow off anything. Maybe a pillow.
That's what I said. I told her she needs to sleep, but she said this will help her sleep. So, like, you know how sometimes you get that burst of energy right before you're about to pass out?
No.
No, I know you don't. Well, sometimes people get bursts of energy right before they're about to pass out. And I think that she just kind of needs to get all of the energy out of her system so she can properly sleep.
just be careful.
If she feels it's wise.
It'll be fine.
Just don't go far.
No, we won't. I honestly don't plan on taking too many steps away from here, just getting her to the trees. But if we let her go alone, inevitably she will get lost.
There are still cages.
We're not caging her.
Have it your way.
Okay, don't go too far, and I'll watch your back from the ground.
And she just nods and would start heading towards the west gate, moving at level 2 exhaustion speed.
Okay.
This is not a smart idea, but she's doing it anyway.
Alright, so you go off and into the thick of the jungle. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Ah! Alright, so what are you doing when you're out there? Are you going through the regular acrobatic rounds and trying that?
Yeah, she is going to try. It's not the first time that she has forced herself to do this while heavily exhausted. She is trying to gain a little bit of familiarity with that. First, familiarity with just the movements, and then trying to do some of the stuff that Izaki had gone over with her, which was a little more focused movements, the little monk-like things.
Okay, so go ahead and give me an acrobatics check to start. This is for you stretching and getting yourself prepared physically for it. Now, see, that's not fucking bad. So you go through the normal round, the normal performer rounds to get yourself situated in the stretched out mode. You get your arms stretched out, your legs, you do the high kicks, you do the squats, you do the twists, and you feel pretty damn good about, like, you get yourself kind of revitalized and prepared to go into it. So as you begin to kind of take off and up into the jungle flora, why don't you give me another acrobatics check? This one does not have to be at advantage because you have limbered yourself out with the successful first check. Jesus Christ, that's a 30. Okay. So
This is what she do.
that is
What
true.
she always do.
That is true. Wow, that is a lot of fucking... How in the fuck do you have a plus 12? Oh, it's because you've got expertise in it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Expertise, I have the feats, and my dex
Yep.
is Janaki
Yep.
like.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so you throw yourself into the throws or into the boughs, excuse me, of the trees. And as you begin to, I mean, very almost gibbon-like. Have you ever seen the gibbons at the zoo? Those are the monkeys with the really particularly long arms. They do really impressive, like acrobatic climbing. Like they throw themselves and just nonchalantly go. Their whole body just hangs there and their arms do all the work. Like a gibbon, you fly through the fucking trees, and it's hard for Winnie on the ground to keep up with you because you keep going out of sight. Holy shit! Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck is happening? Sybil! Sybil! Sybil, what are you doing?
I know my computer's spazzing and I'm trying.
What
Lots of intelligence
the
saves, apparently.
fuck?
Did she save?
She just wasted all of
the
those.
fuck?
Look at all those 20s.
What just
I don't
happened,
know what's
dude?
going on. My computer is like triple clicking. 1 second.
Oh god. Maybe
Try
close.
closing D&D Beyond. I
Yeah,
can't.
can you
D&D
close that, please? That is fucking obscene, and it makes a beep sound every time it happens, too. Jesus Christ, you just rolled like 50 fucking rolls. Seriously.
Yeah, my computer's freaking out. I'm forcing a restart on it.
Okay. So
Very
on
I couldn't see any of it.
that note, you got, I'm afraid to ask for my next check. So you go throughout
be a
the
minute.
okay, you go throughout the process of doing the swings and the crazy fucking acrobatics that come with your gibbon-like dexterity. When you come back, I will have you roll a wisdom saving throw. Just one, please, not 50. And then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's restarting. Yeah, all of a sudden it was like my mouse just started clicking and wouldn't stop. And I was trying to close out of it, and it closed roll 20, but went to D&D Beyond and kept clicking on whatever it was rolling.
What the fuck? That's weird.
Yep. I tried plugging in a like actual mouse, and that didn't work. And now my computer is updating. This is fun.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you. What is
Yeah.
everybody else doing?
Winnie's just watching her back. Do you want me to do perception checks or anything?
Nope, you're good. And give me 1 second. I'm sorry, Kat, just in case we get stuck with where you're at right now, I'm rolling your wisdom saving throw.
That's fair. I'm at a -1. I know that.
Yep, so
Okay,
you
well.
rolled a 2 total. Okay.
Yep, that tracks. She was trying so hard. She did the good acrobatics.
Winnie, give me a perception check, please.
Like she's trying to throw herself fully into that movement, into that mindset.
So, Winnie, after probably about 30 or so minutes of her really heavily... I mean, you were seeing her doing tricks that literally you could only fathom an ape would be able to do. It is fucking outrageous. The spins and the flips. I mean, she's grabbing onto these onto the branches and flipping herself and doing 6, 7, 8 spins in the air before grabbing onto other branches with her feet. And she goes, I mean, non-stop, and she's barely breaking a sweat. All of a sudden, she starts to climb higher and higher and higher into the canopy until eventually you lose sight of her completely. And everything goes quiet. She's gone.
Sybil? Sybil?
You receive no response as you whisper Sybil at the ground level to the woman in the canopies.
I really don't want to yell.
Oh, trust me, I am all about you not yelling. I'm just letting you know you do not receive a response. And you still hear nothing.
She'll run into the camp and go over to Ulrich Any chance you can send a message to Sybil to tell her to stop being lost?
Yeah. I'll use the pearl to bring back a 3rd level spell slot,
Okay.
and then I'll use that very fresh, brand new spell slot to use sending on Sybil. Tell her to get back to camp, come out of the trees, stop doing this.
Okay.
That's close enough to the words needed.
Yeah, and you feel the familiar
Please.
static pop. Okay, you say please. That is very nice of you. Get your dumb ass back to camp. We're not coming looking for you. So you send the message. You feel the static kind of click on. Your message goes through, and then you feel a response as the static picks back up in your mind. And all you hear is... Two 1-7-7-1-2-1-2-1-2-3-4-7-5 1-2-3-4-5-7-2-7-2-7-2 1-2-3-4-5-7-2.
I think not only is she physically lost, she's also mentally lost. And I mean that in the most literal way. She just messaged me back repeating numbers.
Great. I knew something was wrong, and she said it. She said getting to flip around in the trees would help her brain feel better. It didn't make sense then, and now it makes even less sense.
I think it's gotten to the point to where she no longer knows what she needs, and we need to figure out what she needs. Because her making decisions has done nothing good for her so far.
Maybe this is part of what she needed. But... So, her and Azaki used to go play in the trees all the time. And I don't know if she's just sad and missing him, and that's part of her situation right now. I mean, honestly, let's be honest. If I had said no and laid back down and went to sleep, she would have gone out anyway. And more than likely, none of us would have known.
Ulrich, make a medicine check for me. Winnie, are you proficient in medicine?
I am not.
Okay, disregard.
I do it good, but I'm not proficient.
Ah, Ulrich, no! Jesus!
I want to roll mine just to see.
Disregard my fucking question.
I don't know what else to do at this point.
I don't know.
I could try to go find her, I guess. I could transform and try to go find her, but I don't know where,
I mean, we can really just, like, shake the heck out of the tree.
Well, she's not in one tree. She was in a bunch of trees.
Oh.
She went much farther than we originally agreed upon, too.
I cannot go after her, because I will fall flat on my face and probably end up dying. So, I'm gonna excuse myself from that one.
Okay, well, I'll try to... I wasn't anticipating that being her answer, so... I'm not
Oh,
sure
no,
how
I was not anticipating a string of random numbers to be her answer either, so...
No, but it makes sense because she was doing this earlier. She's doing a lot of compulsive things. So Winnie will run back out. She's gonna...
I'm up. Sorry,
Go ahead.
I'm assuming that this conversation was too far away for me to hear because I was keeping watch on the stair, like top of the staircase.
And we're over here.
Well, Gartok, you've got a pretty high fucking perception. Gartok, just give me a perception check. You got a really high perception, so... And you can make yours without disadvantage. Nat 20, you heard that fucking conversation, alright.
Okay. So I guess then Gartok, because he's lived in this jungle for a while, would probably well, I guess if before Winnie leaves, he'd try and ask to join.
Oh yeah, you know this area better than I do, even if you don't know it. So, please, just yeah, we'll be back.
Welcome to what we call the annual Sybil hunt.
Is sport?
Don't shoot her.
No, just kidding. Just kidding. It
Don't
was a joke.
don't shoot her.
Okay, he was definitely readying his bow.
Do not shoot her out of the tree, please.
Okay.
And
So
that's
yeah,
when
as
she
we
learns Zaki's trick of dodging arrows.
as we get out biannual, weekly, yeah. As we get out this way, Winnie will transform back into an ape to assist with climbing the trees.
Okay. So, Winnie, you guys begin to head back out. Now, Ulrich, are you staying here? Is that what I understood?
Uh-huh.
I guess
I'll
we're
say.
west.
Okay. All right. So, as you guys are getting ready to head back out towards the jungle, why don't we go ahead and pause here since it's just about noon? We'll take like five or 10, grab snacks, bathroom, drinks, all that stuff. We're gonna get the kids down, and then we'll be back and we'll pick right back up here.
I gotta go take the sausage out for a walk.
I will do the same with the much smaller sausage.
Alright, I'm back. There's no rush, though.
You know, we had a whole conversation about Sybil's mental health journey, but also like, you're just evil. I love it.
You approached me and said something isn't right with this girl, and I said, say no more.
Oh, I have no regrets, and you know that.
I know.
So I just love that the dice have let me succeed at one wisdom save with her since you started having me do them.
With a negative modifier, boy, it's hard to make that work, right?
Yeah, but I've been at 5 and under for the vast majority of those rolls.
Fair.
You know, she might not brain good, but she does do Slippy's good, and that's all she's got going for her anymore.
Uh-oh, Lucy, that's not good.
I think it's better now. I don't know what's happening.
You said it's storming there, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of died down compared to what it was earlier, and it was fine earlier. Also, to answer your question, Gannis, it's because you can get a lot more money from the sales for selling that book.
Maybe a moment, because there's an unleashed dog that is between me and getting Lady back inside. But at least I have my phone so I can hear her and say things.
Okie dokie. I love this beef jerky.
I do too. It's like just spicy enough.
Right, it's just peppered. I mean, it's not like it's cayenne. The shit that we got from Buc-ee's the first time was hot as shit.
It was so good. We'll have to make it back over there soon.
What'd you say?
So we'll definitely have to make it back over there soon.
This is a test. There we go.
Sorry, what was that, Candace?
Just was looking at the chair for a second.
Oh. Alright, guys. So, yes. So, Sybil is gone, MIA, and Winnie and Gartok are heading off into the jungle to try to find her. As you guys step into the thick of the jungle, Winnie kind of begins to hunch forward Gartok, and as she does so, you see her body kind of like the flesh just kind of sloshes off of her, or the fur sloshes off of her, revealing this ape form underneath, and she kind of like cracks all of the bones in her new ape form and kind of shakes off the remainder of the furbolg fur, and you guys begin to kind of traverse into the jungle. Okay, so what are you two doing then?
So, Winnie's gonna climb like the closest tree, trying not to go too far in, and climb up it to try to see if she can spot, Sybil.
Okay, go ahead and roll a perception check for me, please.
Yeah, I guess Gartok was gonna do kind of the similar, where he's gonna try and like not go too high into the trees, but like in like standable areas and look for, I guess, traces of where Sybil could have gone, footprints and stuff like that.
Make a survival check.
My low perception was a 22.
All right.
Get ready, Blood Mane, you might need that cage.
All right, so between Gartok and Winnie, as you head into the jungle, Winnie immediately takes to the trees, and she climbs these trees with absolute ease. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, you just have a climbing speed, right, Candace?
Yeah, 30 feet.
Okay, so disregard any checks that would need to be possibly made. So she goes up into the trees. As you see her kind of get up and into the lower branches of the trees, mind you, which is pretty fucking high up because this is jungle vegetation, Gartok is on the ground, and Winnie, you watch him, and as you watch him, Gartok, you immediately find a trail, and as you kind of do this weird pattern throughout probably about a 200 square foot area on the ground, you follow her tracks from when she was landing and then taking back off into the trees. You get to a spot where you realize she landed, and based on her trajectory from when she came down previously, you look around that little area and she had never come down. So you kind of point out to Winnie, like, hey, this is the tree right here. You kind of slap it a couple times. Winnie comes swinging over, jumping from tree to tree, and as she gets there, Winnie, you kind of shift yourself up into the boughs of the tree, and as you get to the top, actually like breaking the dome that creates the edge of the canopy and out into you being able to see the rest of the canopy kind of from above, you find Sybil. She is sitting nestled in the crook from where like 3 or 4 branches kind of sit out from. She's nestled in there by herself, eyes completely glazed over. In her left hand, she has a small creature. You can't see exactly what it is from where you're at in the boughs because you're just kind of coming up out of it. But she has a small creature that she has pinned up against one of the large branches with her left hand. And in her right hand, she's just gently tapping it enough with that dark rapier that she picked up a couple sessions ago. There is a red energy coalescing out of the blade, and every time it touches this creature, the creature screeches, just a little peep, as if it's in pain, and she taps it over and over with the blade of this rapier. And she doesn't seem to notice you. As you come up and get yourself completely out of the boughs, you see the blade kind of like carve just a tiny little gash in this creature's chest, and she raises it and puts the point up to where its heart would be.
Winnie would make like a apish sound, I guess, like a grunt.
Okay. You grunt, and she does not react.
Were we, did you say we were down on the ground, or is she still up in the tree?
No, you were at the top of... I thought I made that perfectly
clear.
clear.
Yeah, I heard you say he tapped the tree. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, he was pointing out to you where you had to go.
So, so grunting doesn't do anything, so she
does not react.
Get close, getting closer, keep making noise, and then as I get up to her, touch her shoulder again, like when we were in camp.
Okay, so you kind of like start to maneuver through the top of the tree. It's only about 20 feet from you to her. As you begin to make that move, 2 things happen. One, the tip of the rapier penetrates this thing's chest, and there is a loud, audible squeak. The creature's body glows red, and the glow, almost as if it were smoke, kind of evaporates from this creature and gets drawn up into the sword. The creature's body then falls limp, and it's at that time, about 10 feet away, that you realize she's holding a baby monkey. Not like a gorilla or anything, but probably, a chimp or maybe even a gibbon. It is a baby monkey of some sort. And as she withdraws the rapier, the blade from the tip all the way down to where the crossguard is, the red glow kind of subsides into the actual crossguard and then goes silent. She lets go of the body, and it just kind of lies there limp against the tree, and she very nonchalantly sheathes the rapier, and it's at that point you get your arm on her, and her as she glances over at you, you see 2 pinpricks of crimson energy in her eyes. She blinks a couple times, comes out of whatever she was in, and all of a sudden, Sybil, the last thing you remember is you were going so hard and so fast that you felt your body getting to the brink of actual physical tap-out level exhaustion, and you blacked out. And all of a sudden, there is a fucking ape in your face with its arm on you, and it's...
I feel like her immediate reaction would be to fling herself backwards and away from that thing.
Okay. Yeah, and as you do so, you kind of like kick off backwards into the branches of the trees. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Does she happen? Do I happen to see her?
You do not. They are way, 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 way out of sight. 12? Okay, it's good enough. You hear a loud kind of like crash Gartok, and you see kind of like vines and dirt kind of like spill out from the canopy and down around you, but nobody comes with it. Sybil, you find yourself kind of like on your butt, and this ape is now like up on you. What are you two doing?
Well, Winnie would kind of, she'd point at her, point at Sybil, and then point down.
Is the ape recognizable as Winnie?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Come on, dice. Please be nice once.
You are having horrific hallucinations, and you cannot put the pieces together. It is dark out. You cannot see, because you have not put down your goggles of night. You just know that all of a sudden you were in the top of the boughs of this tree, and all of a sudden there was a fucking ape on you, and it's grunting and hollering at you, and it tried to touch you, and you got away, and now it's making hand motions at you, and moving, and it's loud, and it's scary. What do you do?
So she's gonna go for her daggers.
Okay, Winnie, at this point, you see she draws both the daggers and takes a defensive posture. The pinpricks of energy, by the way, are gone at this point. You see her back in herself, but it's kind of like when somebody has like a really bad grand mal seizure and they're kind of coming back too. She's just not with herself. Something's not right.
Where's the baby monkey at? Does she still have it?
No, it's like right next to where you're at. It's just, it's laying against the tree. But kind of like in the crook of where those 4 branches kind of branched out.
Can I, and I'll do a check if I need to, but can I, is its chest rising and falling? Like, am I still here?
Make a medicine check. At disadvantage.
Okay, I'm sure that's, yeah.
It's not moving. You saw what you saw and it's not moving. But that's about as much as you know at this point.
Okay. Winnie's gonna try again. Point at Sybil, point to the ground.
Okay. Sybil, what is your action? It appears that this thing is becoming more and more aggressive.
She would do the equivalent of holding her action for this thing attacks.
Okay, so Winnie, at this point, you realize she's got both those daggers in the most defensive posture. You see her, however, and actually, why don't we do this? Make an insight check.
She's heard too many stories of apes ripping people apart.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Thing.
Yeah,
So,
you can't see because it's dark. You can't see how many fucking arms this thing has, and it's just not worth the risk. So
there's different, obviously more arms.
monks can so Winnie, with your 13 insight, you realize that as she's going into this defensive posture, she is looking all over the place, like she can't see shit.
On a side note, I cannot see in the dark either, and would like to cast Dark Vision, please.
Okay, if you have a spell slot left for it, then yes, you can
It's
absolutely
second level, and
cast
I
Dark
have
Vision.
all my second levels.
Okay, so you perform the incantation, and as you kind of touch your eyes, you blink a few times through the darkness, and all of a sudden, you can see everything in about a 60-foot. I think, what is it, 60-foot radius? Or is it 120?
60 feet.
60 feet. Okay, so you can just barely see the underbelly that creates the canopy, but it's all in shades of black and white and gray. But you're not blind anymore.
I think
All right.
Winnie's gonna pick up the little monkey
Okay.
and try to climb down the tree.
Okay. Easy enough to do. You have a climb speed. I mean,
So once she gets to the ground, she'll drop her ape form.
okay. So thankfully, Sybil, thank goodness, your defensive posture scared this thing off, and it reaches down and you see it grab something, but again, you can't really make it out what this creature is or what it was taking, and it just disappears into the canopy, and then you listen for a moment, and you eventually hear it climb out of sound range. You finally feel safe.
My plan would be to immediately go back to camp and warn the others, because I don't know where Winnie went. Like, we kept the thing going, and then she just took off and abandoned me. So I'm going to go warn the others of this dire ape threat.
Okay, go ahead and make an acrobatics check to get yourself acrobatically back to camp instead of having to go all the way to the ground.
Yep, that absolutely. Still disadvantage?
Oh
Or
yeah, absolutely.
critical?
No, you're definitely exhausted.
And just so you know, so that I don't waste any of the time. As soon as Winnie is out of her ape form,
Yeah,
she was going to
I heard
cast a
that
level
one.
2 Cure Wounds on the monkey.
Understood. Okay. Ooh. Yikes.
I've had so many nat ones tonight, but you know what? It's fitting.
Like-
It is so fitting.
You
It
had
is
a lot
fitting.
of nat 20s and all those intelligence checks, though.
That's true. Thankfully, as far as skill checks are concerned, nat 1s don't mean automatic failure, and even with a plus 12, a 13's not bad. You're moving way slower than you were with the fucking 30, but you are slowly but surely making your way back to the encampment. It'll take you probably 10 minutes. Winnie, you get to the ground, and Gartok, you see Winnie coming down in her ape form. She's holding something close to her chest. She gets to the ground, and as she turns around, her body kind of cracks and pops back up to its normal form, and you see she casts a spell. She mutters an incantation, and there's this soft blue glow over the over this creature in her hand, which now that you see it, looks like a baby gibbon, and it is very lifeless. And as the spell goes off, nothing happens.
Right, so I think seeing Winnie change shape, he doesn't know if Sybil can do it or not. But he's basically seeing, like, we were going here to get Sybil, and Winnie coming down with the small monkey. He's gonna put 2 and 2 together. And go,
You find her?
and he's gonna point to the monkey.
And Winnie, not realizing what he's implying, yeah, I fucking found her. Sybil!
She not look good.
Oh, no. She did this to this monkey. She's still up there, acting crazy. It's a sword. We have to get back to camp.
Okay.
Gardak
So-
will, I guess, just turn, the direction they came, because I don't think I can get lost in the jungle. I think that's one of the ranger things. I will confirm that.
Well, I'll tell you
Anything's
this.
possible.
Anything is possible in the world of Dungeons & Dragons. However, with where you're at in proximity to the camp, no, you do not need to roll. You turn around and follow the trail right back out that you just made in, and in about 5 or so minutes, you get back to the camp. So you two arrive in the camp, and as you do so, you kind of come back and around. By the way, did anybody actually start a fire? No fire? Okay,
No, I
it's
don't.
okay. It doesn't matter. I mean, you don't need one, but
We
so you
didn't start the fire.
it was always burning. Okay, anyways, so you two find yourselves back in camp, and as you enter, you kind of look around. You see Ulrich is here, Bloodmane is here, and both of them are doing their own thing. So what do you two do?
Winnie walks up and says, "Get the cage."
Oh, you say that to who?
To Cayman, or to Emig.
Bloodmane? Yep. Okay.
I might be sleeping by now. I have 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yeah, he's probably conked out. It is damn near 10 p.m. at this point, so.
She'll head over to the cages then and start seeing if she can get one open with one hand while she's still cradling that little monkey in the other one.
Okay. Yeah, and Ulrich, I'm assuming you were probably staying up just to make sure that he didn't get murdered in his sleep.
Yeah. No, yeah. If he's gonna conk out, then I'll stay awake and keep an eye out. And as soon as he comes in, says, "Get the cage," and starts walking over, I'm gonna be like, "And now we're going in this direction."
Okay. So yeah, I mean, the cages are easy enough to get open. You pop it open. It looks like this was probably used at some point in time. They had livestock here. They've consumed all of that at this point. But this was definitely. I mean, there's like probably pig shit or like goat shit in here with a bunch of hay, like dried out old hay and stuff. But yeah, you get the cage open, no problem.
I think Gartek would kind of remain by the entrance we came in and just kind of look into the forest in case.
So I'm going to assume the trees didn't go well.
Well, remember that weapon that Emig had that, and she'll like point at the scar on her
Oh, yeah.
shoulder. I think she may have something similar. Something's not right with her for sure, but she killed this little monkey, this little baby, with the rapiers she picked up recently, and it seemed like it absorbed it. It absorbed something from the monkey, and I can't heal it now. So something's wrong with her, and we need to separate that weapon from her immediately. If we can get her back here. She didn't seem like she knew where she was at, and then it didn't seem like she recognized me when I was in my other form, and she drew her weapons on me after she killed this.
Oh.
So it's about that time, Gartok. You hear the canopy rustle, and climbing down from one of the trees that kind of hugs the outer edge of this encampment, you see Sybil kind of shimmying down.
I think he will just kind of say,
Found.
You guys hear it clear as day. Winnie and Ulrich, you hear Gartok say found, and as you both kind of glance over, you see Sybil is now walking through the, she's walking through the west entrance.
And
Get
when
the
you
others.
roll-
Get the others. There's a big ape. Get the others.
you are gonna see Gartok lock eyes with you, and I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark. On Sybil specifically.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't like this role reversal.
Yeah, it sucks for you.
So Sybil, as you begin to walk into the camp and you're saying, there's a giant ape, get the others, you see the others walking over, and you see Gartok's eyes flash for a moment like this orange in the darkness. You can see these two little orange pinpricks as you feel that you are being watched very, very closely. All right, so Winnie and Ulrich.
He like pauses and looks past Gartok at the others, and there's in the woods. The big ape.
You mean the big ape like we just saw Winnie turn into when we were in the building?
Winnie's gonna very slowly and carefully lay that little baby monkey on the bottom step here, and then walk over to where Gartok is.
So again, it's pitch black. She can't see shit. So she's just kind of
Gartok
like
just kinda-
looking around.
Gartok hearing her speak is just kind of go. It's just gonna look like shocked because he does not understand she's speaking too fast. He's just gonna go. He's gonna put his hand out and go.
Slow. Down.
Winnie's gonna walk up, and she's gonna say, "You need to walk into this camp right now."
You're using your what happened? Is everyone okay? What happened?
Show me that you can follow instructions.
What are did the hags get you? From, what are
5,
you,
4,
Ulrich? Bloodmane? Because she's assuming Winnie's the one that's acting weird here.
3,
In the camp now.
Right, so she has her hands on the hilts of her blades again, but she will start moving towards the camp.
Okay. So she begins to move towards you guys, but you see that she's got her palms resting on the pommels of the daggers.
Is it kind of clear that she can't see?
Oh, it's clear as fucking day. She's looking all over the place trying to get a little bit of light so that she can actually fucking see what's going on. And you can tell Gartok because she's using her feet as kind of like a feelers. She's like reaching out gently before she takes steps.
In that case, once she gets to within 5 feet, he's going to reach out his hand and cast Dark Vision again. Because that's not concentration, actually. So, you have Dark Vision for 8 hours, Sybil.
All right.
So sharp intake, just at the surprise of spell happening. Then blink a little bit as she gets used to it. And just look around for a moment. Hey, what happened? She is very clearly in the she's standing in that entryway.
Winnie obviously can't see either right now, by the way. She's kind of like looking in the direction of the voice.
I have one more spell slot if you want.
And like on like a rock, I'll bend over, pick up like a small rock, cast light on it, so we have like a portable light source, so we
Okay.
can. Look at all
Hey, there we go. For all you blind assholes. Yeah, so you activate, you
Forget everyone can't see like I can.
yeah, so you like whisper you're like, can you please just light up for me? And the rock is just like, hey, now we can all see. Alright, so as the light goes off, and everybody kind of like looks around at each other, everybody looks perfectly normal except for like the little orange pinpricks of light in Gartok's vision as he eyeballs Sybil up and down looking for those hot spots. Sybil, you glance kind of like past them, and nothing looks out of place to you. Except that you're being sized up by Gartok and Winnie at this point.
Gartok's eyes are doing the thing. Winnie,
I-
you're acting weird. What?
Yeah. I need you to take out your rapier and set it on the ground.
Just to be clear, she has 2 rapiers equipped.
Okay.
Winnie, there is not a chance in any of those that I am disarming until I know what is going on.
I don't want your daggers. I want to see that you can put down your rapier.
Run away.
She wants to know what's going on, and Garkodok does not understand this situation or what's happening. So he's like, okay.
Run away.
Sybil,
You went
you-
to the...
You were up in the tree.
Yeah,
and you
we were
torturing a
doing
little
the thing.
creature.
No?
You don't remember this, but I am the ape that was up there, and you were looking around wildly. You didn't recognize me, and you killed a baby monkey with that rapier. Can I see it on her? Like, because
I told you, I literally just said she's clearly got 2 rapiers
Right,
attached to her hips right now.
but the one, it was a dark one, right? Like, it
Oh
looked
yeah, it's
different?
clear
Yeah.
as day. Oh fuck yeah, it's dark as, midnight essentially. It's like a black obsidian blade and hilt and crossguard, and the pommel is actually a skull with a red fucking gem in it.
Put that one, and she'll point to it, on the ground. You can keep all the rest of your weapons. Put that one on the ground.
So her hand goes to that hilt. Like one of the hands, the other hand stays in dagger. She takes a step backwards, takes it out, and moves to like place it on the ground. But like she doesn't want to do it close to you because she thinks she's all confused, assuming at the moment is that you are trying to take this for whatever reason. So she goes to put it on the ground in front of her, keeping like eye contact with you the whole time.
And as that is unfolding, Sybil, can you give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
I mean, I can try.
It's not fucking bad.
Hey, okay. I don't want to lose my character evidently.
So, Sybil reaches for the other rapier at first, and as she begins to pull it out to set it down, she kind of stops. And Sybil, you realize what you've done at this point. You thought you were going for the other one, but you realize, shit, I accidentally grabbed the wrong one, and you kind of put it back confused, and then you take the other one actually out, and as you do so, you feel a warm pulse in the grip of the blade. Warm almost to the point of not wanting to let it go, like reminds you of home, warm, cozy fire, curled up after a great performance, something about it. But you do manage to kind of break yourself from that thought, and you do successfully set it down and let your hand go.
Like her fingers linger on it for just a second as she's like crouching and putting it down. There's that soft little like inhale when she gets hit with the ceiling, but then she stays crouched above it with her hand off of it and just like kind of sitting on her heels a little bit and looks up at Winnie.
And Winnie, Gartok, and Ulrich, you all saw her clear as day go for the wrong rapier. Even though she took note, yes, you want this rapier, she still went for the other rapier, caught herself, and switched it out. And Winnie and Ulrich, give me insight checks.
I think Gartok would just straight up go,
Other one.
just thinking she's confused.
All right. Wow, you guys rolled really well on your disadvantage wisdom or insight checks. So, both of you can tell clear as day that she fucking struggled hard to let go of that blade. She did it, but it was maybe only by miracle.
Okay, now, can you step into the camp? Just don't leave it there and just step into the camp. This thing has been controlling you.
It has not been controlling me.
Well, then you just killed that baby monkey willingly.
She kind of like, Winnie points over towards the stairs, and there is a fucking baby monkey, about as lifeless as you can get, kind of sprawled out on the bottom stair.
Not just killed it, but tortured it first.
You can see her trying to do the, like, frantically going through her memories.
Yep.
Trying to figure it out.
So, at this point, Sybil, as you actively attempt to recall, I need you to make a history check. Not a good start. Oh, it's with disadvantage. It's a.
Oh, yeah, yep. Didn't even think about that. Sorry.
Let's just. How low can you go? How low can you go?
I can, in fact, go lower to a 5.
All right, so you have no recollection of murdering or torturing anything. The fact that she would even insinuate that is fucking asinine. However, as you start to reel back through, you do get a couple flashes of, like, shadows in the dark and like being in the trees and realizing that you were in the trees without being able to see, and then all of a sudden there was the big ape in front of you and you had to run from the ape because it was trying to get you. But all of the details about that are very, very, very fuzzy.
Well, we were out, we went, you helped, you watched as I did my warm up, and then I went up, and I hit that rhythm, like I haven't been able to, and I was moving, and I could get to that point where I actually might be able to sleep because everything would stop, like it was going so much, and then you could stop at that point, and then I went to take a breather, and then you were gone, but then there was the ape, and then I just came back. I didn't kill anything.
One of us doesn't remember correctly.
She's gonna try and unable to stand up and step over the blade to go closer towards the camp, to back to the position she was before. And just hands up a little bit. I wouldn't. You've known me. I wouldn't do that.
By the way, disregard what the blade looks like because it is a rapier, not a longsword, but that is what the crossguard, pommel, and grip look like on this thing.
Oh, thanks, I hate it.
Yeah.
Clearly, you love it. You can barely put it down.
Okay.
It's all nice.
So you see her step over and past the blade, like she successfully wills herself through it. And now she's kind of taking this in. Winnie and Ulrich, with your insight as well, what she's telling you seems like the truth. She truly believes what she's telling you. Now, you know what the reality of the situation is, Winnie, but what she's telling you, she completely believes.
Well, we've seen this before, so you need to move away from it. You need to move into the camp and
You
leave
can't
it.
just leave it.
You
They're
can.
here.
You can.
We don't know what else is out here and it is outside the camp, we should at least move it inside the camp.
I'll move it inside the camp. You move into the camp.
I still don't know what's going on with you.
What's going on with me is I watched you torture and murder an innocent creature, and when you turned to me, your eyes were wrong.
You think you saw me torture and kill a monkey, which isn't something I would do.
And you think that you just gave that guy water. Get into the camp.
No, I think I gave him poisoned water from the poisoned cache that we didn't, that made us sick.
I'm starting to question where the poison came from. You can prove that it was that, or you can prove that it was you with the next move you make.
She is debating with herself. She's really fucking tired and the brain isn't braining. She's just gonna take another step towards the camp. And just hands up a little bit more, obviously.
You don't feel the pull from the weapon. As soon as you take that first couple of steps away from it, it's like it just kind of disconnects. You don't feel the need to turn around and dive for it. Fucking blood vein.
Okay. Do you think that I've killed things? Do you need me to remove other weapons?
Nope. Because it's not about you. It's about that. If that tells you anything, just...
She kind of shrugs a little bit, forced nonchalance. So we can stay. That's fine. It's
So
kind
Winnie's
of
gonna...
Bartok's about to eat me, though, and I don't love that.
Too scrawny.
Kind of feels like Bartok's gonna, like, use my bones for decorations or something, and I don't like that.
We didn't know what to expect. Winnie's gonna look through the bag of holding for, like, any scrap of cloth or something she could use to maybe pick up that rapier.
Okay. Well, you have the bag of holding,
Yeah, I'm
so...
looking through it right now. We got wool socks. She'll use one of the wool socks that we have.
Fucking where the fuck did you guys get that?
I don't know. We have two of them, though.
Alright, well, hey, that's good. At least they came in the fucking pair. Okay, so, yeah, you take the wool sock and, you kind of, like, grab the blade, trying to stay away from, like, where the crossguard and the grip are, because fuck that. As you pick it up, though, you do feel there is a warm, vibratory hum. It's soft, but it's noticeable, even through the wool sock. It doesn't, there's no compelling sensation or anything like that, but as you pick it up, you feel this thing is humming with fucking energy.
Oh, but hi. What have we gotten into this time? Where did you find this?
You guys watched her pick it up. You guys all watched her pick it up.
I know.
I asked if I could hold onto this one.
Where were we?
Oh god, you're gonna make me go for the notebook. It's when we were dealing with the night tags, the Mephisto's blade. When it strikes at the heart of the wounded. You know, when I say it like that, you know, it's a pretty blade. That's all. But it doesn't have a good name. It should get renamed. It's not gonna help me sell my case here, I can tell.
At least now you know I wasn't lying. Okay. So Winnie is going to put the rapier down on
Shouldn't be yet.
on this side of the stairs. And then honestly, she'll take a little time to bury the little monkey
Okay.
And then you need to make sure you stay in camp tonight and go sleep. That was to Sybil.
Okay.
I'm really tired. I finally hit the quintuple half. You know what? That's not important. I am very tired.
I think it's gonna look menacing as fuck, but the second, I guess Winnie goes away, Gartog's gonna like unsheath his short sword, and then just kind of approach you, Sybil, and then hand it over, because you need a weapon now.
Oh, she does the like leaning backwards as you're approaching with the short sword out.
Yeah, because
Winnie,
the hunter's mark is gonna keep on until the hour passes.
Winnie.
What?
Uh,
Don't.
Fuck you.
I think he's trying to share with you, Sybil.
oh. Oh.
He just said for you or fuck you. I'm not quite sure which one. So yeah.
For you.
Did you,
No,
you didn't add
that's
the full
I
plate armor
have.
to your bag of holding?
I have
No, you
my
didn't.
other
What is it?
plates.
Is it under
Thank you.
suit?
No, please don't eat me.
I want eat you.
Oh, it's plate. It just pops up as plate. What a weird fucking thing for it to
Still
pop up as.
alive.
What the fuck?
No, I would like to stay that way, please.
Okay.
And Gartog will just turn around.
Well, now that all the
so then,
excitement is done,
everybody needs to rest. So, just when you will find a place to rest.
Do you have to tell Bloodmane? Because he might actually kill me.
Sorry, what did you say?
She whispered, half whispered, do you have to tell Bloodmane because he might actually kill me?
I think we all need to have a discussion in the morning. But I
If he
don't
kills
think
you,
he's
I
gonna
will
judge
eat you.
I don't think he's going to judge you as harshly as you think,
I
based on the
am
situation.
certain that he will.
And then when you will take up her place. Gartok, are you still good to take first watch? Okay.
Alright, so.
So
As
now
you
he
guys-
has one eye pointed towards a different direction.
Alright, as you guys take up your watches for the evening, honestly, it goes by very quietly and without so much as a hiccup. However, Gartok, during your watch, you see in front of you, in front of the eye that's not focused on Sybil, a small manifestation of a brass dragon kind of springs into existence in front of you. Very, very small, but you recognize this as Arcosian. And the image whispers to you.
Greetings once more, my child. Tomorrow, to the pond just due east of here. Bring your friends. My master, Lord of Dragons, Staxingold the Blue, would like to have a conversation with you regarding his crystal. Sleep well.
And the figment fades away.
Gartok is like amazed by this. This was a tiny superior being, and he was enthralled and loved it, and then it went away. And he will tell everyone that tomorrow.
Okay.
Now he's gonna keep watch.
Go ahead, Gartok, give me a perception check. You go through the remainder of the evening, and there isn't so much as a hiccup out of anybody, or anything around you in the jungle. The jungle gets kind of noisy as you go into, like, the later hours. You do hear, like, the recognizable sound of a pack of very distraught gibbons to the west. But that dies down after probably 25 or 30 minutes of them kind of screaming through the jungle. It's not like an aggressive, like they're trying to attack something. It's like distraught. Something's wrong. But then it kind of dies down, and it goes quiet again. So, at that point, you realize you need to sleep too, otherwise you're gonna be a sleepy boy tomorrow. So you hit the hay, and who are you waking up?
I think he's talked the most with Winnie, and Bloodmane looked way more tired than Winnie. So he's probably gonna wake her up. She's also like the second closest, because they were like right next to each other.
True. Okay, you did hear me say dies down. Okay, so you wake Winnie up. Winnie, you are awoken by Gartok over you. As scary as that may be. You come to, and you begin to go about your watch. Go ahead and give me a perception check, please.
And I'm no longer exhausted, correct? Or does that wait till the next morning? I just need to know if I did this.
Yeah, you're no longer exhausted. You only had one level of exhaustion, right?
Correct.
Okay, yep, then it's just the one.
Oh, great.
Nat 1. Way to start off the fucking morning. Alright, happy Wednesday. Okay, so nothing truly happens throughout the course of the evening. There's a few points where you swear that you're hearing things, but as you look down, it's just people mumbling in their sleep. Specifically Sybil. Lots of mumbling, but it's very unintelligible. Doesn't sound like incantations or anything, but it definitely is unintelligible mumbling. Morning comes. Everybody begins to awake, and there is a heavy mist along the jungle floor, and you all awaken to little tiny, very tiny sprinkle level drops of rain hitting you in the face and body as the early morning rain has come. You all find yourselves awake.
2 important questions. 1, can I take that level now?
Yeah, you can, because this is the first long rest since that's happened, so...
Okay. Well, the first long rest, I've successfully been able to long rest as well.
I was going to say, you already leveled, though, because I'm seeing your character sheet, because remember you had already clicked on... Yeah, you're level 11. On my end, you've been level 11.
No, it's showing 10 when I actually click on it.
Really? I'm
says
looking
10
at it
levels
right
of
now.
rogue.
Yeah, I'm literally showing level 11 right now. I know we had an issue with it last time because you started working on it or something like that. I remember specifically there was a problem with it, but I'm telling you right now, I'm looking at your character, Sybil, level 11, rogue swashbuckler.
Okay, I'm going to refresh because I am very clearly seeing something different. So let me just see if that changes it.
That's weird, yeah. That is odd.
Yeah, I'm seeing Airgenasi Rogue 10, so, and then it's level 11 under that. Since I have 10 levels of Rogue.
But you've bumped yourself to a level 11 character. You just probably need to commit the level, the 11th level.
The change.
Yeah, I'd done the experience. I hadn't done the actual leveling. So I have the experience to take the level, it says.
Either way, this conversation is moot. Yes, take your level. You also reduce your exhaustion by 1, so you and Bloodmane now have 1 level of exhaustion instead of 2. And I believe that's that. Okay, what was your second question?
You just answered it, so
okay. Alright, so that's that. Everybody go ahead and bounce back from your full rest.
I am gonna roll hit dice to see if I go back to full.
Okay.
I get 2 back, right, on a long rest?
You get half.
What?
Or now it's
2?
half back. Yeah.
I was gonna say, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
half back.
Sorry.
So you can get up to 5, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you all wake up. It's about 8 a.m. Monday, the 20th of Jury. Again, there's a heavy mist along the ground. It's slightly raining, very slightly. It's just, I mean, it's literally just like misting out. It's like that gross northern Illinois mist. Ugh.
Blech. So I guess Winnie will wake people up as we get to that point. First place she would look is over by Sybil.
Okay.
Just make sure she's still over there.
She's lying there.
And then is this the rapier where she left it too over here?
Yep, rapier's lying on the ground.
Alright. She would wake up Emig. Just kind of go around and get everyone awake.
Okay, you wake everybody up.
That's the last. And then as she comes back over the group, she'll say, after everybody's with it, I think we all need to have a conversation.
Yes. Tiny, great one. Speak to Gartok.
Oh,
I'm hungry.
Also hungry.
Okay.
let's not have any fruit that we randomly found.
Yeah, if that's in the bag, we need to get that shit
No, it's
out
fine.
of the bag. Okay.
She dumped that
I
shit.
dumped it away.
Alright, so what rations are you guys consuming?
Good, Barry.
I mean, we have a shitload of rations right now, so
Oh, I just meant what food in general. I don't care what it is. I just want to make sure that we state it so that we know what was consumed and what should be removed.
so Winnie will offer rations out of the bag of holding to everybody. Is everybody taking it?
Free food, so sure.
Unless we need me to make food, I'll take what we got.
Okay, so go ahead and remove 5 rations from the bag of holding.
Done.
Alright, so everybody's sitting kind of around each other, or loosely around each other, and consuming rations. You get your little bundle of dried meats and, hardtack. Eat up, kids.
Delicious.
And after we're done eating, does Sybil join us or no, Kat?
Sorry, I was doing hit die heals. No, she's going to kind of just keep her distance a little bit because she doesn't know what's going on. So she's just gonna pick up her own little area, and just keep to herself and try and just figure out what's going on with her own brain.
Okay, Winnie would have brought over rations since she didn't join us and said, we are going to have a discussion and I'd prefer that you at least be within earshot.
She'll nod and move and go over by the others.
Okay.
And just stays a little bit of a distance away, but is there.
So, kind of instinctually, you all gather around the campfire, even though it has not been lit by your guys' hands. It's just kind of a meeting point. And you kind of sit yourselves down. Everybody's consuming in some way, shape, or form. Sybil sits a little bit further away from everybody so she can keep an eye on you guys. But you guys all have within earshot, so.
Tiny detail I just like to add. While eating, Gartok's tail is wagging like a dog.
The goodest of boys.
Good guard.
Gartok, get him!
So, Emig, I think we figured out what was going on with Sybil last night.
Just continue to eat quietly.
Does it seem like she has his attention, though? Because she knows how he is when he eats.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It's like a real Gartok, you know?
How are you wagging a tail? Okay, so
It's just a tentacle coming out from under his fucking coat.
Just thinking-
Yikes.
yeah, so, do you remember the weapon you had before that compelled you to attack, regardless of friend or foe?
Fine weapon indeed.
It was a weapon, yes. So there was a situation that I guess we probably should have foreseen based on what it looked like, but a rapier that she recently picked up in our travels seems to have been controlling her, or at least compelling her in a similar fashion.
Stop eating and fix my gaze on you as you're speaking.
We were able to get it from her, but I caught her in the act of not looking like herself and torturing and eventually killing a small creature, a baby creature. When she turned to me, she had a similar look that you used to have when you had that weapon. And actually, it reminded me a little bit of what you look like when you are in the midst of combat and furious. And I saw the weapon absorb, I guess, the life force of the creature. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but...
Yeah, when you make an Arcana check. It's just for additional information.
8.
Disregard.
It's higher than 6. So we did manage to get the weapon away from her. Even afterwards, she was disoriented. I don't know if that has to do with being tired, or if it had to do with the weapon, or maybe a combination of both. But I am wondering if the water that she shared with that creature wasn't already poisoned. I'm wondering if she was compelled by this weapon to poison the water, to poison that creature.
Sybil, by the way, is doing the like sitting with like knees up to the chest, like arms around the knees, just trying not to be a threat at the moment and just listening to them tell the horrible things that she did that no knowledge of.
She pulled weapons on me even last night because she didn't seem to know where she was or what was going on.
Even for that one, it seems out of character.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to consult my gods, see if they have anything to say on the matter before I come to a personal decision, which may or may not reflect our decision.
I can appreciate that, but just to be clear, your gods don't speak to you from anything on your person, do they?
This fits you with the stare.
Like, usually when I pray to Obed High, he doesn't talk back. When you hear the voices of your god, I believe that you're hearing them, but where does it come from?
God.
Okay. Not being able to confirm or deny if that is where gods speak to you from, he accepts the answer.
I understand that. I have conversations. Me and Tima are. Ooh, wrong one.
Oh no!
Oh,
Hold the fuck up.
see ya!
You guys look over at Ulrich and he's holding the fucking sword. I mean, Bahamut.
Wrong ahat.
Terrible.
I had the wrong ahat, okay?
Go to the other site of campfire and try to throw some kindling on there and maybe some wood and try to get it going. I know it's misting a little bit, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, it's not that hard. I mean, it's definitely humid, and it takes you maybe, a good 10 minutes before you actually manage to get smoke on this thing. But eventually you do manage to click a small fire into existence. And it begins to rage. You just throw some extra kindling on top. You get some of the drier like haze and like burlap and shit, and it just.
I'd like to grab the pendant and just make my morning prayers to the bitch queen and the deep old one as well.
Okay, you finish the prayers to the bitch queen. You don't feel a whole lot as far as she is concerned, but as you give your thanks and your acknowledgement, and your awareness to the great old one, you feel a familiar presence kind of fill the space that resides between both of your ears. And as you look down at your boots, you see that they become waterlogged, and you smell the tang of seawater kind of hit your nostrils. And as you look down at your hands, you can see like small barnacles kind of rise up from your fingertips, and you feel the presence physically enter your mind.
What guidance can you offer me on this day?
Make a... I'll tell you what, just roll percentile dice for me. Your thing works a little bit differently than those religious folks.
That it does.
You feel a couple of deep breaths kind of in your mind before you hear
rehabilitation is necessary for those of corrupt minds. Emig.
Okay, out of character, what were the first couple of words?
rehabilitation is what is required for corrupt minds, Emig. That was the whole shtick.
Loud and clear. Okay. Thank you for your guidance on this day.
And as you give the thanks, you feel the space between your ears kind of go back to normal brain activity, for better or worse. You look down and your boots are completely soaked. You look down and the fingertips, the barnacles kind of subside into your flesh. The scent of the sea air vanishes, and suddenly you're overtaken again by the sense of the jungle. And as you look down, you realize that the fire has been doused in water, and it was not you who did it.
My boots are still wet, did you say?
They are wet, but they're not waterlogged. It's not like water's pouring up and out of them. They're soaked, but they're not like actively spilling.
Okay, I'll take them off, and as I'm walking back to the site of the other fire, which is not currently burning, I will be trying to wring out my boots.
Okay. Easy enough. And as you do so, as you're wringing them out, I mean, obviously you got some foot funk, but it definitely smells like seawater. Okay, so during that time, while Bloodmane had disappeared, there's probably like a 10-15 minute time frame. Are you guys doing anything of importance?
I think Gartok would be telling anyone who's there the story of his little dragon encounter.
Oh yeah, please go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember the directions. I feel like but I remember it's like east, but can I roll like a history check to see if I remember or something? I genuinely can't remember.
I will let you roll an intelligence check.
Does it have to be that one?
You chose not to write it down. What do you want me to do? Actually, 13's not bad. Yeah, you can recall. It said that it was just due east of where you guys are currently at. A large pond. You know this area. You know that there are probably there's one lake in the area, and then there's like 3 ponds, one of which is much larger than the other 2, and that is closer to you than the other 2.
Okay, then Gartok will start.
The Great One told Gartok, bring friends to lake.
That way. And he's gonna point east. I guess in Draconic he can say,
East.
When he would kind of
Want to
listen-
speak with Great Ones. Great One.
Who, you're saying small? Who is this that wants to meet us? I'm a little just. I just want to.
Great One that helped fight hobgoblins.
Oh, like you got a message. Okay. Okay. We'll definitely have you tell.
Meet with.
I want to say Northraxian.
The blue.
Thraxingold? Is that the right one?
Thaxingol. Yep.
Yeah,
Thraxingold.
Thraxian.
It's in my head. I can't help it.
Okay. Well, maybe they can help us deal with this thing too. She'll motion toward the rapier.
Okay, so that conversation dies down. It remains awkwardly quiet for like 6 or 7 more minutes, and then you guys see Bloodmane kind of come walking. Actually, because that tent's not there, you can see clear across the fucking the camp now, and you see him kind of take his boots off, and he just starts wringing his fucking boots out, and there's water pouring out of him, and he approaches you guys.
Winnie will just kind of look expectantly.
Corrupted minds must be rehabilitated. Where's the weapon you speak of?
Winnie will take out the wool sack again and go over and pick up the rapier and bring it over to show.
Yep, and there it is in all its glory. It is a very beautifully crafted rapier. Obviously, it's a little bit more dark than you remembered. But as you take a close look at it, it's like all the skulls on it have small rubies in their mouths. And yeah, if you touch it, it physically hums with a soft energy.
Okay. I'll just motion for you to put it in the bag of holding.
Okay.
We can get rid of it, but we can also make money off of it. We have to be realistic, is the word. I'm speaking in common.
I don't know how comfortable I would be selling this to someone.
Well, if it helps us defeat the World Breaker, doesn't matter what it costs. Doesn't matter who we sell it to.
But we have to live in the world after the World Breaker.
Sybil, like, puts up a finger like she wants to say something but doesn't want to interrupt.
When he'll look over.
We can only sell it to one person. anyway.
Yeah, but he can sell it to anyone.
Yes. What we
I'm less
could-
concerned about his sword than I am about the Worldbreaker.
What we could do, though, is ask Mylar to take it off our hands and maybe in exchange for a discount on future magical needs. Then we're not selling it; we're just bartering. I was thinking about this earlier. It's like a little loophole around our contract.
In Giant, he'll say the word consignment.
I don't know what that means.
Winnie'll just kind of sigh a little bit and put it into the bag of holding.
Okay. So, Kat, go ahead and remove that from your inventory, and Candace,
Yep.
you can add it to yours. It is the 9 lives stealer. And it only has, it will ask you to enter the charges. It has only 3 charges remaining.
I hate this thing.
And if you want to put in the custom notes that it's a rapier, because it does come, the variety of weapon comes in many different types, so.
You said it had 3 charges left?
It has 3 charges left. I had 4 last night.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so. The sword goes into the bag. There is, as the sword actually disappears into the extra dimensional pocket that is a bag of holding, Sybil, there is a wild, sudden disconnect. Almost as if you've just had a moment of clarity. Literally, as soon as it disappears, like the last little bit, you see the last little bit of skull from the pommel disappear into the bag. And it's like somebody just pulled a haze, a fog, out of your head, and suddenly you are looking around like something has changed. And that is when, all of a sudden, you remember everything about killing that small monkey's mother, and kicking her out of the boughs of the tree, and then stealing that baby away up to the top, where you did draw its life force out as slowly as you possibly could before taking it completely for the sword. That memory comes flooding back to you, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. You stifle your scream.
I have a description then for how she'd react to that.
Okay?
She, like, gasps like someone, like, punched her in the stomach, like, and just claps her hands over her mouth and just shakes her head. Doesn't say a damn thing, but it's that. The second that sword is fully gone.
Winnie would try to catch eye contact if she's looking up.
I mean, you guys, 3/4 of you have like a fucking +7 to perception, and your passives are all 17 or higher, except for you, Bloodmane. So you guys all clearly see her.
Yeah, if Winnie can grab eye contact with her, she would just kind of give her a nod and then go about her business. Starting to pack up and stuff.
Okay.
Is it disabled?
She lowers and starts to say something and then just shakes her head. Very, very obviously, like eyes like welling up with like tears.
What do you wish to say? Now's the time to say it.
I didn't know. It's barely audible when she says it, but she says, I didn't know.
Did you do those things? Did you poison that prisoner of war?
My hand did those things.
turn to Winnie and just say, in Giant, where I come from, the hand does the things, the offending hand is removed.
Well, and this isn't Giant. Where we've been, somebody with only one hand can't hit things more than once. We have a
Is
lot.
that going to matter?
It might.
Are we intending on bringing this with us?
This being Sybil?
Whatever name you have for it.
I was raised to leave things better than they were when I found them. So I can't leave her like this because she was better than this when we found her, crippled or no.
Death may be the only option for this one. Although, I will be the first to admit that they acquitted themselves admirably in our last fight. I still have reservations. A lot of reservations.
I have reservations too. And we know we come from two very different places, but you have reservations where I come from. You watch them carefully. You don't. It's not for us to decide if it's time for her to die right now.
I'd like to think that in the back, there's just this awkward, like, pat on Sybil's shoulder as Gorpach puts a clawed hand on, and that's about... He's confused, because he doesn't know what to do when someone cries, because he lives alone. So he's just like, there, question mark?
She doesn't really react because she's having the cry that's needed to happen for like 6 months.
It's a free action.
No, this one's not. This one's taking everything.
All I'm saying is I don't want to be judged for judging somebody. It's not part of my job to judge people. My job is to bring people where they need to be, and that's what I'm gonna do. And I don't think the middle of this jungle is where she needs to be.
No, we also don't need her to be blade deep in our guts.
True. It's much less likely now that we took the rapier.
I hope so. She blamed her hand, which is not reassuring. She takes no responsibility. She doesn't explain. She hides in shadows. Shadows serve their purpose, but not in a coalition, not in a group such as ours.
When you make a wisdom check. Okay, you did that thing. Go ahead.
I rolled a die. How about this? If her hand continues to do things that her mind will not take responsibility for, we have this conversation. Now that we've removed what I believe to have been the cause, I'd like to give it a chance.
I don't know how many times we have to have something like this happen. In my poor estimation, it's been 3-4 times now. She's either run from battle, leaving us, killed something she shouldn't have killed, now multiple times. I think that we have to have a very strong line delineation, and it seems to me that she's crossed it.
To be fair, part of her brain might still be missing, because there was one time that she got kidnapped and they punched into her head. I mean, she did come back and continue to adventure with us. I'm not disagreeing with you that there's been questionable behavior, but there's also been some behavior that was surprisingly noble.
Fine. I'm going to turn to Sybil and in common. You will prove your worth through work and deeds. Any more dishonor? That's it from me. You're only still here because this one still wants you here, alive. That's it.
When he says that, when he has to stifle a smile because it's the first time that he's like truly acknowledged Winnie in a while. She tries to keep her serious face on.
Sybil does not smile because no, she's still very much crying. But she manages a little. She raises her head, manages eye contact, and just nods. Just nods.
Now, what of this dragon to the east? Are we delivery folk now? Is it wise to deliver this? Is it wise not to? What are our options?
Well, I mean, they helped us when they didn't really have to and when we didn't expect it. I mean, we could try to sneak over there to make sure it's not a trap of some kind, but...
I personally think that this might be more of a conversation of what we can do with these to help. By these, I mean the stone, but...
The stone, yeah.
A conversation among us, or with the scaled one?
The scaled one.
We need to be careful how we present that, too. We're not going to just take it out and say, look what we got, because I feel like that would be...
Oh, I think they already know we have it.
They know.
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, let's go.
I'm going to assume that as a magical being, as it's been tied to this thing for so long, I'm pretty sure it can sense it, so...
Do you think Vax and Goal themselves will be there, or one of their messengers?
No, I think it'll be a... I'm pretty sure one of the reasons why it's a pond is it's probably like an enhanced version of like sending or something like that. It's going to be it's going to be like an illusion. I don't think that he'd travel this far for this.
Bone Bow, what did you say?
Won't speak, great one.
Well
What time
said.
is it? Still pretty early?
Oh yeah, it's probably about 9 a.m.
Let's go.
I'm all right. Pack up and get moving. I don't
All right.
want to be away from this place for a while anyway.
I'll put my boots back on once they're slightly less wet.
Okay, yeah, and they dry out relatively quickly. You slip everything back on. You guys get yourselves together. You prepare yourselves, and you begin to head east. As you head east, Gartok, why don't you go ahead and give me a survival check with advantage, because this is, I'd say it's your stomping ground, but it's literally your fucking home. So
No stomps required.
no stomps required. Well, wow. Okay, don't even. Well, you can roll the advantage. Sure, there you go. Jesus Christ! I see a 25 pop up. I'm like, stop rolling. Okay, you win D&D, you asshole. Are you happy now?
I win surviving, not D&D.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so over on the east side of our map here, you guys are up near the little dot that is Kiru, and you begin to head towards the east, just east of the eastern island, and you find yourselves in about 35 minutes or so, because, mind you, we've got two people who still have one level of exhaustion, so they're moving at half speed, and you guys are moving through the jungle, which the thick part of the jungle is always going to be at difficult terrain, except for Gartok.
Actually, my favorite terrain allows me to move my whole group unhindered.
Okay, well, you're still moving at half speed because you have two people who are exhausted, so you are moving effectively as if through normal difficult terrain, not double difficult terrain. Okay.
I think with one level of exhaustion, just throwing it out there, I think it's just
You know what? You're right. It's
Checks.
just disadvantage on ability checks. Yep, I had them backwards. I'm actually looking at the fucking chart and saying the wrong thing. Okay, so disregard that. So you guys move at a normal pace. So you make it there in about 15 minutes. As you enter, there is what looks to you guys like a large clearing, probably, I'd say 200 feet in circumference, give or take, maybe 250, and it is a large pond, and being in the middle of the jungle, it's not totally out of place, but you guys have not encountered any actual bodies of water since you've been here, except for that one stream. Anyways, so you guys breach the clearing, and the water there is perfectly still, save for the little tiny misty raindrops that are hitting it and breaking the water. 3 or 4 minutes go by, and you guys are kind of like, okay, what the fuck is going on here? And that is when there is a massive pulse in the center of the pond, and as the pulse kind of activates and sends a huge ripple out, almost to the size of a small wave, which rolls up onto the shore in all directions around this pond, you guys see a spectral creature rise up from the pond itself in a burst of electricity. And there you go. As the creature rises up and out of the water, lightning crackles off the top of its head, and it reaches up, I mean, literally into the sky to the point where it disappears after a certain point. The electricity itself dies down, but this large, very serpent-like, very Chinese dragon in shape, except that its body is much denser, much wider. It kind of circles around the lake like a snake and comes to rest with part of its body still submerged in the water, and the remaining top portion of its body, probably 60 feet of it, is laying down towards you. Again, it is spectral, but in its presence, even in this spectral presence, its body still gives off static electricity, and anybody who has hair, your hair begins to stand on end. Excuse me, in its presence.
Right.
The creature looks down at the lot of you, with its head kind of now resting on the ground. Not so much on the ground physically, just a little bit above it, but close enough. Oh, sorry, I was pushing the wrong fucking button. But its body, or its head, comes to rest on the ground, and it kind of looks up at you, and as it does so, it says to you,
I was wondering when I'd have the pleasure of making your acquaintance myself. And here you are. You showed. Surprising, to be honest. But it seems our Kojin has convinced you that maybe instead of enemies, we can at least exist on terms of neutrality. Is that correct?
Oh god.
the creature's form looks down and at Gartok.
Gartok is sitting down with his like tail wagging excitedly because this is fucking awesome to him.
And you, little scaled one, I appreciate your presence specifically. I know your people. I've known and seen your people for many years. Though unfortunately until recently I've not been able to visit physically. It's a shame they didn't last. But I'm thankful I at least got to see you. In the flesh, as it were. Now, you have something that I aware of what that thing is. Yes. Let me tell you a little story. I'll try not to drag it on as best as possible, but just for the sake of clarity. I was bound by the crystal that you now hold in your possession for about 1,000 years. Thanks to the Imperium bastards that decided that my energy source was going to be capable of holding back the tide of the World Breaker for a millennia or so. I don't know how long they intended on keeping me alive there, as eventually my body would have run out, but I digress. One of the crystals in your possession is simply a piece in the grander scheme. I was bound not by one, but by 4 of these crystals. And when the Imperium magically vanished, thank you, by the way, I was free.
Give me a second. What is she saying?
I let her turn her movie back on, and she's probably asking a question about it.
Okay.
When I was freed, I was very weak, at least initially, and sensing my freedom, or maybe the downfall of the Imperium, entities began to materialize around me in the Imperium Magi Tower where I was being kept. And they began to steal away the crystals that once bound me. Now, as I was coming to my senses, I found it very strange, but as I've had a few weeks to think it over, it now makes sense just how powerful those items are. I have a theory. And mind you, many entities came for the crystals. The hags, the Sisters of the Crystal Garden, took one. Their crone took a second. The third, by a demon I'd never seen before, but it was definitely recognizable as such. Not quite as clever looking as a devil, but definitely as monstrous as, if not more than. And the fourth, unfortunately, I do know the entity that took number 4. As he is the entity that, as a wormling, raised me. It's a long story, one we can potentially go into in a bit here, but either way, 4 entities took these 4 crystals, and now you are in possession of one. I don't know if you have plans for it, but I am aware that we are all aware that the World Breaker is right now the #1 threat to the Prime Material Plane, and potentially moreover should it succeed at what it does here. It is conquering territory very quickly. Just yesterday, Kokoramban fell, and right now it's on the doorstep of the Glorian Jungle Oasis. This thing has moved fast in a few weeks. I have a theory that if we can retrieve all of the 4 crystals that bound me to the ritual that held this thing in torpor, maybe we can find a way again to bind this creature into a permanent slumber. However, I have an additional theory, and that is one that I call perpetual torpor. And that is where if we can weaken this creature, this entity, this world breaker, to a point where it can no longer sustain itself, but perhaps not outright kill it, for in outright death could be outright undeath, and that is something we do not want the dark entities of this plane of existence to get their hands on. If we can get it to a point where we can utilize its own energy to fuel the ritual, to keep it stuck in a torpor forever. We may be able to bury this creature at the center of this plane of existence with the 4 crystals, it as its own battery, and forget about it for the rest of existence, hopefully. I have some of my draconians currently working on plans, formulations, runes of both arcane and divine nature to try and figure a way out for this to work, but I don't think we'll be able to do it alone. What I ask of you, young heroes, at least my heroes, is for you to retrieve the remaining 3 crystals. You've made this one look like an absolute cinch, so I have no fear that you'll be able to take the others. The good thing, too, is that even though these hags have drawn up a conclave, the conclaves are gone, save for one, and that's the one that their crone oversees. I know the crone is in possession of one of these crystals, so that's number 2. Number 3, again, I've no idea about who this demon was, but I'm sure through some investigatory work you can find out. And number 4, well, I've got a few ideas about number 4, but before I lay the remainder of my information upon you, what are your thoughts?
Would I be able to, because Winnie really wants to believe that there's no ill intent here, but would I be able to do an insight check?
Absolutely.
Yeah, all I'm looking for is whether or not they're being forthright about, using the crystals or using the crystals the right way. So I don't know anything.
Well, it's not that you don't know anything. It's just that you are talking to a fucking spirit dragon in water. And you can't... It's tough. It's... Talking to elder dragons is hard anyways, because they're really fucking wily, but talking to one that's also disembodied is very, very strange.
Seems legit to me. Any leg up we can get on the World Breaker, I'm not opposed to. She'll kind of look around specifically toward Emig.
Your wisdom, Elder One, is sound. I believe we should undertake these tasks.
And what about you, Chosen of Bahamut?
Solid plan to me. I think that instead of using as it was done to you before, using its own energy to recycle on itself to keep it permanently asleep, and then just shove it as far down so no one will ever find it. If we can make it work, it sounds like a solid plan.
Do you have anything to say for yourself, Daughter of Air?
As they say, it could do a lot of good.
He, the head kind of turns down towards Gartok and leans in a little bit.
And you, little scaled one.
Kartok, no home. So, great one, give task. Kartok do.
Very well. And then it will be decided as such. I, Faxon the Blue, am tasking you with retrieving the remaining 3 binding crystals from my own binding ritual. One of which you are currently in possession of, the 3 remaining, one with the crone, one with the demon, and one with Octane. Octavius Leonard Delphandi himself. The old wizard. When I was a worldling, I was raised by a young, at the time, dragon tamer. Small gnomish man by the name of Octavius Leonard Delphandi. He was referred to by the other mages jokingly as the Old Wizard, as unfortunately his name came with a very unfortunate acronym. However, the Old Wizard reared me and my brethren. There were many of us, dozens and dozens of dragons in the Imperium Magi hatchery at the time. Throughout the years, many died. Many more were sent off for tasks in training, protection in Nazgul or as far down as Ashford. But I was kept. I was kept chained and shackled for 100+ years inside the Imperium Magi Tower as I grew. I never understood why. I was never told what my purpose was, but that I was meant for greatness. As the years went on, I noticed a change in my mentor. The ridicule he received for being nothing more than a dragon tamer or a dragon rearer. It grew on his mind. He hated it. He hated himself for his lack of power. And over time, he began to ask me if he could practice new forms of magic on me. Of course. Never bite the hand that feeds. This is the only creature that was decent enough not to beat me into submission on a regular basis and chain me to the floor, but instead fed me, literally, physically, satiated me with fresh water. And that's when he began utilizing me for his necromantic experiments. Now, as you're, I'm sure, well aware, the Imperium feared necromancy as much as they hated it. And slowly but surely, all the old wizard superiors became suspicious of what was happening within the tower of the whelps and whirlings. And that is where, eventually, on one particularly darkened night, the old wizard was dragged away by his brethren. I never saw him after that, but I heard whispers that he actually escaped custody and made for the south. Over the course of the last 1,000 years, I have on occasion received whispers from the old wizard. He has imparted upon me bits and pieces, secrets of the necromancy that existed within his very veins, even at that time in its infancy, and has grown ever since. He also began to whisper secrets of things he wanted, his passions, and it was simply to live for eternity. The information that I've gained, or at least I've come to assume, is that the old wizard fled from the Imperium Magi Tower and headed down into the Great Maladari Desert. When he was finally there, he managed to build a sub-chamber beneath the pyramid of Namarikotepik. And that is where, over the course of a couple of hundred of years, he not only mastered his necromantic power, but I believe has managed to transform himself into something that transcends death. And though I'm not sure of what that word may be, I believe that he's done it. As when my bindings broke, He has daily called out to me and begged me to come back home so that he can impart his living death upon me. I'm also well aware that when those bindings broke, he was the first to reappear in that tower and take the crystal for himself. I know he's in possession of it. I don't necessarily want to see harm come to the old wizard, as he, again, was the only thing that was decent to me in that tower. But I don't think he's going to give that crystal up willingly.
If we were to explain the plan to him, do you think he would see reason?
I don't know what he's become, so I cannot answer that truthfully. I don't know what voice of reason exists in his mind, but what I can tell you is that the corruption has become very obvious, especially as of late.
Elder Scaled One. Can you help us confirm where the crone is? The second one.
As far as I am aware, the crone exists with her own coven and the remainder of the conclave in the southeastern island near the Demon Spring. That coven's name, by the way, is the Elder Lotus Coven.
Won't have a name soon once we're done with it.
And the crone you're looking for is Mad Marsha Demon Spring. I want to be perfectly frank with you regarding the crone, however, and the remainder of what hags may be around or within her. This will not be an ordinary crone, as far as crones are concerned. I fear that this entity has been lapping up fleeing souls of dead hag covens since you've begun to cut your swath across the land and burn them out of hiding. Crones, as a whole, in my experience, are not things to be they are not entities to be taken lightly. We'll leave it at that. I don't know much about them, but what I've heard as far as how their power operates and where they get it from, it could be anywhere from extreme to beyond deadly. So, make sure that you're prepared for that situation, because I guarantee you if the hags didn't come willingly, the crone definitely will not. And again, as far as the demon is concerned, I truly have no idea. I don't know much of the hells, or demonic presences as a whole, but hopefully, as you've already obtained one of these, your leads, at least as far as the old wizard and the crone are concerned, your hands may be full for quite some time, and if you're lucky, maybe you'll glean some information through the discovery of the other crystals. So what are your thoughts? Is there anything I can answer for you?
Yeah, Gartog zoned out very early because that was a lot of big words and a lot of stuff. And he does not have the mental facilities to deal with that.
I feel like I should
So
have.
he's
more.
probably staring at like a bug flying around him.
I'm sure we'll have more once we dive into things.
How can we get into contact with you in the future should we need to?
Well, you know my name, and I know you possess the ability to perform the sending spell. So I'd suggest maybe trying that for starters. If you can't reach me for whatever reason, as we are.
You see its head kind of like look around, almost like it's looking at a ceiling, but obviously it's just sky where you are.
We are in the process of rebuilding and restructuring around here. Things may change, but if you cannot reach me, reach out to Arkoji in the brass. She will take the message and bring it to me. On that note, regardless of what you decide to do and where you decide to go, I must caution you. Stay out of my territory. It is mine. I have taken it, and my dragons have orders to kill on sight any who would cross it without my knowledge first.
We've gotten that warning once. We will take heed on that.
Very wise of you, chosen of Bahamut. So, is there anything else I can do for you? You all seem speechless.
It's a lot to take in. That's all. I guess if anything else comes up that we might be able to do to help those in your ranks that are studying and preparing for this, just let us know. Otherwise, we will do our part and get the crystals.
The draconians that exist within my realm are very capable. But we will commit ourselves to the research as far as that's concerned. Maybe spread word among your own ranks and see if there is anybody who would be willing to assist on their own terms, though do not tell them anything about my territory, and encourage them not to reach out to me.
Understood.
I'm not quite sure you do. I do not want Ezekiel reaching out to me or any of my kin, and you can tell him that what I've taken from him and his clutch of sorcerers was mine to begin with.
Understood.
On that note, I will bid you adieu for now, and wish you the best. The Demon Spring and the Pyramid of Namarikotanic. That's where you need to be. Good luck.
He glances down at Sybil and kind of nods his head, and then he says very specifically,
And you.
and he just nods, and the head retracts into the water, and there is a flash as a lightning bolt hits the water, and he's gone.
Bye-bye, great one.
When he kind of looks around at everybody, oh, that is not going to be as easy of a conversation as I thought. Telling Ezekiel he's not allowed to do something never goes over very well.
I was about to say the same thing.
Perhaps we go to his brother with it first.
Yeah.
Mylar is rather level-headed, in my estimation.
Well, so here's the question: is where do we want to go first? Do we want to go to the Demon Spring, or do we want to go to the pyramid?
Well,
Hail
considering
Demon Spring, ageless old wizard. That scares me.
my thought is with the crone, I'm sure she's still watching us, so it's kind of two birds with one stone. As much as I hate that phrase.
Ulrich,
Yeah.
are you able to send word to Mylar? You can give him maybe an update, but we told the council that we would handle the hags first, and that seems like it's still, I mean, and she just kind of stammers a little bit and just shuts up.
Well, I mean, we've got the last. This is the last. The Demon Spring would be the last one, isn't it? Or is there one more?
That would be it. Yeah, that's where the crone is.
Yeah, that's the
yeah.
last hag.
So it just seems like we need to go there and take care of that situation, because otherwise they could pop up in the middle of when we're in the pyramid.
Exactly, and then it's one less.
You got one old wizard, probably some sort of weird thing now that doesn't really even know we exist. So let's just leave him be for a bit.
Hag and demon, is it?
Yeah, some demon, which could be literally anywhere. And I can get us this lag motion beak fairly fast.
I think we start with the crone then.
No, I agree.
We should go back. If you think it's a good idea, but we should go back and tell them that what we found in the camps too, and that way we can get your ship. Maybe.
Did we leave Grim at Kiru? Is that where he's at?
Yes.
There's much to be done.
All right. And on that note, there is still much to be done with the remainder of our day. We will go ahead and end our session number 39 here, and session number 40 we will pick up, I believe, in 2 weeks. Yep, that'll be the second in 2 weeks, and then after that we've got like a 3-week break before we play. So we'll dive back into this, yeah, in just a couple of weeks. And that's that. Today, yeah, so today's, the end of today's session, by the way, just so you guys know, will be the 20th of Jury at about 10 a.m. So that is exactly where we will pick up next time.
Fantastic.
Alright, guys. Good shit.
I'm gonna go wash baby monkey blood off my hands. 'Cause, ouch.
Yeah, I was like, okay, how do I
Tortured
make
baby
this?
monkey blood.
Yeah, it's like, how do I make this
Even
really
better.
dark? I was like, oh, okay.
It also watched you kill its mother, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
The endorphins make it taste so much better.
Oh my god.
No.
Huh?
it probably would.
Terrible.
I am
Really
really
awful.
hoping Sybil makes it to the end of this campaign.
It's starting to look a little grim.
It's looking very iffy.
I don't see what you did wrong.
Candace,
Anyway, thank you guys.
what was your buddy's
Yeah, good
girlfriend's
game,
name
guys.
again?
Good game.
Yeah,
The
guys,
vagabond.
talk to you guys later.
Yeah, hope you
Right.
feel better, buddy.
Have a good day. I hope
we-
everyone who's sick feels better. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, guys, my shit's not working again. It's because I didn't open this in admin mode. We'll see y'all later. Feel better. We were going to try to recover as well. We're going to raid this guy named Vagabond5. It's one of Candace's friends from high school who, hilariously enough, wound up... he is currently dating and has moved to Georgia with one of mine and Came in the Sun's high school friends.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
I'm trying to look her friend. I gotta look her name up. Hold on.
Yeah, it's so she was in. It's so funny. Candace was just giving me like context clues. She was just like, "Oh yeah, she used to do this and she used to do that," and I was just like, "Holy shit, I know exactly who this is." She was in band, did a lot of pit band.
Devin G.
Yep. Yeah, so I'll just say this for Came in the Sun. The last name's Rudy. First name starts with a D.
No.
Swear to you. Swear to you.
Bro.
Isn't that so weird? Yeah, so this guy that we're about to raid, that's her fiance, I think, now,
Yeah.
and they live in Georgia.
Yeah, which I went to high school with him in, Chicago. So.
What?
Dude.
How rare.
What the yeah.
It's
I
so
know.
weird, isn't
I
it?
know.
That is basically all of our friends ended up dating her. So
Right.
it's like, what?
Yeah, and then just like moved all over the country. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck, man?
When we do go in there, just don't type her name out because he's very careful about that.
Yeah. That's all right. Okay, guys, we'll see you later. If we don't see y'all guys tonight, then enjoy your...
Yeah, take care,
If we don't see you guys, at, some point here in the next couple of days, then have fun gaming. All of those of you who I see constantly popping into Baldur's Gate, God, I hope you're loving it as much as I am. So, we'll see you guys soon.
That's pretty much what I'm going to go do right now.
Fuck yeah, go get it.
Yeah, it's pretty tight.
I'm going
Thanks,
to
guys.
D&D so I can go play D&D.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you guys later.
See you guys.
All right, guys. Anybody who's in stream right now, we're going to go ahead and raid Vagabond, bring some love over to him. And then we'll be back tonight for our regular session of gaming. All right. We will see you all soon.
Money! Now! Or I will fucking drop you, I swear to God!
Oh, is this where they get the...
Now! Before I blow your fucking head off!